Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing? Good. Find your parking spaces okay? Yeah? Sometimes mornings can be challenging, right? Yeah, they're challenging for parents, and they're challenging for teachers, and they're challenging for travelers, and they're traveling for noisy background noise, yes. So we'll have to make sure that that stops, and hopefully we won't have to be dealing with that today, because that would be pretty distracting for us all. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about me first, and then I'd like to really find out about where you guys come from, what your backgrounds are, so that we can really integrate this seminar today so it hits on all the different disciplines that are here. I know that we have a wide variety of professionals in the room, and I want to make sure that you all get something from the seminar that you can actually take home and use in your office, in your practice, maybe even in your own houses. Who knows? My background, I am a clinical social worker, licensed clinical social worker in Connecticut and Rhode Island. I live in Connecticut, and I've been traveling for CMI now for almost 4 years, doing the seminar. The seminar is grown and changed. I think that what you're going to have today, you're going to enjoy a lot. Did you know that your attention span is about 10 minutes? Okay? Yeah, it is. And how many people have gone to a seminar and fallen asleep, or at least wanted to? Yeah, okay. I promise that won't happen today. All right. We're going to change it up. The most you're going to hear me talk about one subject is going to be the first thing that I do today, and then after that it's going to go fast. Okay? There are some things that we have to overlay in the beginning to make sure that we're all on the same page, and that's sort of that stuff. But once we get into the techniques, the reason you came here to fill up your toolboxes, we're just going to be walking through those and experience. Some of them are experiential, some of them I'll just tell you about, et cetera, et cetera. In my travels and in my life, I started out doing private practice, working in different agencies, from judicial to hospital settings to child and family protective services. Pretty much, you know, if you've done this for over 30 years and you've worked in places, you've probably done a lot of things, and I have. And then in the early 2000s, I heard about something called life coaching, and I was intrigued. I was intrigued because the way it was presented to me was that you got to work with people who were creative, resourceful, and whole. How cool is that? And I began to believe that we all are. Even people that struggle have creativity, they are resourceful, and they are whole in their own way. And so I started looking at my clients as clients and not as patients. And I started working with people from a strength-based background, which really helped me stay connected and focused and on fire, because it can be very, very hard work. It can be very depressing if you're working with a lot of depressing and sad situations, right? So the one way that I figured out how to do that was to make everything that I do creative and fun. Because if you're having fun and you're still helping people, you can keep going on and on. If you're not having fun, you burn out. So by blending the coaching, which I kind of morphed into this parent coaching thing that I do now, I'm able to help parents all over the country, all over the world. I get to travel now with CMI and talk about how I do that. The work I do can be face-to-face. It's very portable. It can be on the phone. It can be on Skype. It can be across multiple settings and across multiple countries. So that has really freed me up to really be able to get the message out to more people than I ever thought I could when I started way back in the early 80s in graduate school. So technology has helped us all in some ways, and it can also be something that can be very stressful for all of us too, and we'll talk about that throughout the day. Some of the things that I am currently doing besides the seminars speaking is I do a professional master's group training, which is like a supervision group over the phone, webinar, teleclasses for people who don't get the right supervision or the kind of supervision that they want. I also do parent group coaching classes, usually have those in the evenings, break them out into hour and 15 long webinars, seminars on the phone where parents can call in from their own homes and get the help that they need in a group setting, virtual group setting. They get a workbook very much like you might get today, and they get extra support, and if they need other things too, they can have contact with me. So I develop those types of things. And throughout the year, I do a lot of free teleclasses for parents on different subjects, depending on what I think the need is at the time. And then the last thing that I added to my practice was health coaching, because of our obesogenic society and what's happening to our people. I started noticing too that a lot of the parents that I was working with and a lot of the kids that I was working with weren't eating right and weren't sleeping right. And you know what? That affects your mental health, big time. So when I was able to help them straighten some of that out, they started feeling better, they started doing better, everything got better. So that became another interest of mine. And at this point, I actually have built that so much that I am training other people to become health coaches too. Later on at lunchtime during the break, if you're interested in any of that, what I've talked about, please ask me about it. Right now, I'd like to hear about you guys and who's here today. And by the way, this is being videotaped, so the videotape is on me. If you turned around and stared right at Sunny in the camera, you'd be on television, so you may decide if you want to do that or not. So, but there are 40 people or so in their offices or at home also participating with us today, and they will from time to time probably email me questions, things like that, and I will integrate their questions and their comments into our experience here, and it should be a fuller day for us because we'll actually have an extra 40 people with us from all over the country, not just here in Burlington. So let's just get a sense of you guys. We'll start with people who are in private practice. If you just raise your hand and show me if anyone here has their own private practice. Okay. How about working in the school system? Look at you guys. Oh my gosh. All right, keep your hands up if you're a teacher. Special ed teacher, keep your hands up. Okay. Put your hands back up if you're a school counselor of some type. If you're an occupational therapist working in the schools, or not, that's okay. Speech therapist. Nurses. Any nurse practitioners here today? Any physical therapists? Okay. How about people working in agencies with children, with adolescents? Okay. Any administrators here? Okay. Yay! We want those people because we want to tell them how to change the systems to make it better, right? Definitely you'll have our ear today, okay? Because we've got some problems in our schools, we have some problems in our homes. So anybody who's in a position of power or a stakeholder, we have a lot to tell you, right? And did I leave anybody out that is here for any other professions or whatever that I mean, I know there's social workers, I know there's psychologists. Is there a neuropsych in the room? All right. So, as you can see, we are a wide variety, and I'm sure on the webcast there's probably more people of different disciplines too. So in the Q&A box that you may see on your webinar screen, if you want to let me know if we didn't mention you, and I'll bring it out later when I get the email. And then we can also introduce you as another discipline that comes to this type of a seminar. So I wanted to tell you a story before I started. I travel a lot, and you can imagine that, getting on and off planes and going around the country and doing this, I see a lot. So I'm in the airport, I think it was the Denver airport, and I see this mom, and she's walking in front of her teenager. She must have been 15. She's got the backpack, she's got the black nail polish, she's kind of got that attitude thing going on. And Mom's walking in front on that moving stairway thing, and the kid is walking behind, and she's like this at her mother. And the mother is walking like this. It's okay, Jennifer. It's okay, Jennifer. It'll be okay. We're going to get to the Subway, and I'm going to get you a nice sandwich, and everything's going to be great. And the kid is going and screaming and yelling and dropping her backpack and having a tantrum basically in the middle of the airport. And this mom is just cool as a cucumber, and she's just saying, it's okay, Jennifer, we'll get there soon, everything's going to be fine. And I'm thinking, wow, I don't usually see this, you know? So I scoot up behind the mother, and I tap her on the shoulder, and I say, ma'am? She's like, what? I said, I'm a parent coach. I just need to tell you that I am so impressed. I am just so impressed with how you're not getting activated by your daughter. I mean, this is like, you're in the middle of an airport, she's like screaming at you, and you are just calm. And, you know, your daughter Jennifer is obviously out of control. And she looks at me with this perplexed look on her face, and she said, I'm Jennifer. Okay? Okay. Takes a minute to get that one, right? Okay, all right, okay. A lot of what we're going to talk about today is how to be like her. 90% of explosive behaviors are activated by adults. I'm going to leave out the 10% for autistic children who can't self-regulate. That's a whole nother seminar, okay? We'll talk about it a little bit, but the thrust of ours is kids who are disrespectful, explosive, shut you out, shut you down, make faces at you, stick their tongues out, use the hip thing, you know, all of that. We're talking about these kids. We're talking about kids maybe that have been using drugs and alcohol too, and we'll touch on that later in the seminar. But we sometimes are the ones that activate the trigger to make them flip. So here's our problem that we're going to try to solve today. We have explosive, challenging, and resistant kids. Would you agree? Yes, that's why you all came here today, right? All right. The challenge is that there isn't one reason why kids have short fuses. And there isn't one reason why parents might lose their tempers too. We have people with multiple issues, and we're going to talk about all of that today. We have kids who've been diagnosed. We have kids on medications. We have parents on medication. We have parents that aren't around. We have kids who seem to have everything, but something's gone wrong. We have kids with learning disabilities. We have kids on the spectrum. We have a system that is evolving that doesn't know what it is. And we keep trying to get it right. And we've been trying to get this right for about 25 years. And what's happened is we've made a big mess. And we're going to untangle a little bit about how that happened and why we are where we are today. My solution, at least for prevention, is working together and creating creative, fun activities and perspectives that are solution-based, that combined traditional therapy and coaching. Anybody here ever given a client homework? Did they do it? Sometimes. All the time? Anybody here ever work with a disengaged parent? Once? Do they come back next Monday? No. When do they come back? They come back when their kid got arrested. They come back when the kid gets arrested again. They come back when they need a letter from you to get the kid out of something, right? So we're going to talk about parenting styles too, and how to engage with the disengaged or not. Get better at like deciding, do I want to work with this person or not? Is this going to serve this child if I even go there? What I have also realized is that people are extremely busy. And it's busy in work, but it's also busy in busyness. Spend a lot of time connected to these children and adults. We spend a lot of time creating things that maybe aren't as important as looking our children in the eyes and talking with them. So we do want to work on that too, and how to get people talking to each other and getting connected again. There was an article in USA Today about 5 years ago, and it said our country is heading towards a cultural autism. You get that? Cultural autism. We don't pick up the landline anymore to call people. Is my child at your house? You can't even do that. So a lot of people have gotten rid of the landlines. So now you have to know, like, where, if that mother's cell phone, and then if you ask your kid where you are and he tells you, how do you know if he's telling the truth? Because he's on a cell phone. You know, I think in 10 years we're going to get chips, and we're going to be able to put them right here in there. Then we're going to know, we'll have a GPS in our children's necks, and we're going to know where they are, and we'll be able to say, no, you're not at Johnny's. You know, you're on the corner smoking marijuana. I can see you. I have a video camera right on you, right? Okay. So, in order to create the backdrop, we're going to start with something called developmental assets. And the developmental assets are 40 building blocks of healthy development that the Search Institute came up with to give us an outline of how children who have these assets grow up into healthy people. Now, not everybody has all the assets. Some people have some and not others. Some people do perfectly well with a scattering of them. Other people have big blocks of missing assets, which really does inhibit them from being successful or feeling good about themselves or not feeling depressed. The assets are divided up into two areas. There are the external assets and the internal assets. The external assets are the assets, I call them the luck. It's who you got as parents, where you live in the country or world, what kind of parenting skills your parents have when they're parenting you, a little bit of economics, what's available to you, like your parents have enough money to get you music lessons, there's a high value on academics and that's pushed for you at home, parents are involved, those types of things. The internal assets are more about what you're born with and your internal makeup. If you picture a circuit panel in your basement, or mine's actually in my kitchen, it's in a really bad place, but you know what I'm talking about? You have the on-off switches, and sometimes you're putting the hairdryer on, and then you put something else on, and then the lights go out. And then you have to go in that cabinet, and then you have to turn the switch on. So imagine that these 40 are a panel. Some of them are on, and some of them are off. Some of these, you guys here and on our webcast, have the ability to turn the lights on. Some of the lights are already on. Some of these lights will never go on. Some of these lights will be a little dim at best. But we can, as mentors and as early recognizers, find ways to encourage the flipping of the switch. So, as I said, this is the longest you're going to hear me talk the whole day. We're going to go through the 40, but we're going to make it fun, so you stay awake. So as we do it, I would like you to follow along and think in your minds and make a little check mark. Did I have this asset myself growing up? And I'm going to think about a child that I'm working with. Does this child have this asset right now? You can follow along on the PowerPoint slides, or if you open your workbook, there is a bigger place for you to write. And that would be on page 22. want to say one more thing about this website. If you go to the website, you can sign up for free emails from them, and they do give some wonderful tips and parenting tips. There's free curriculum that you can use some of this information in schools and in communities to build around these assets to kind of increase them. There's also lists for different age groups. The list I'm working off right now is 12 to 18. However, there is a list for 3 to 5-year-olds. There's a list for latency age kids too. They are the same assets, the same words that you'll see. The definitions are just a little bit different as the child goes younger. That makes sense? Okay. So the first one is support. Family life provides high levels of love and support. So thinking back on your life, did you get that from your family? And does the child that you're thinking about today have that? And if you're not employed right now, if you're retired, you could think about your grandkids, you could think about a neighbor, you can think about a kid that you worked with a long time ago, or not too long ago, because it's more interesting to look at 20 or 30 years ago versus now, and how our world has changed a bit. Positive family communication. The young person and his or her parents communicate positively, and the young person is willing to seek advice and counsel from parents. Other adult relationships. The young person receives support from 3 or more non-parent adults. That could be a teacher, a coach, a neighbor, a grandparent, an older sib, maybe. Caring neighborhood. Young person experiences caring neighbors. Neighborhood is tight. People know each other versus living in a silo or living in an apartment building where nobody knows each other, or people that have those automatic garage door openers and they like zip in and you don't even know who lives across the street from you. A good question to ask yourself is, when was the last time I borrowed a cup of sugar or an egg or a stick of butter from somebody? I remember as a child that was like my little errand that I used to have to do when my mother was baking. Some of us wouldn't send our kids to do that because we wouldn't think they would come back, right? We have a fear factor in our society now too. If I let my 7-year-old run around the street by themselves, they won't come home. Caring school climate. The school provides a caring, encouraging environment. When you went to school, did you feel like you had a caring environment, or were you afraid of your teachers? Kids now, are they being nurtured in school, or are they under the scrutiny of a screaming, scary teacher? Parent involvement in schooling. Parents are actively involved in helping a young person succeed in school. And that's really multi-leveled. I mean, it could be anything from helping them clean up their backpack and getting their homework organized, to attending the school play, to making sure that they have everything they need in the morning on their way out the door, to coming to the sports events, to actually attending the parent-teacher conferences, to following through if there is an IEP, with helping that child succeed. The next set of assets are empowerment. Community values the youth. Young person perceives that adults in the community value them. How do we know that? Take a drive around, look at the parks. Are they nice? Are they up to par? Or, like in my city, the dog park looks a lot better than the children's park. It is, it's nicer. So I'm saying, well, I guess it's more important for people to have a place to bring their dogs than to have swing sets that, aren't broken. Youth as resources. Young people are given useful roles in their community, and they are service to others. They are doing at least an hour of community service a week in the community. Where I live in New London, Connecticut, children in high school are required to do 200 hours of community service before they graduate. So our kids are definitely in the community. And across the country there are many communities that do have something like that, where you get to school as a freshman and there's a job bank, and you meet with your advisor and you find a little volunteer job, and you just do it for the rest of the 4 years that you're there for no money. Safety. Young person feels safe at home, school, and in the neighborhood. Again, remember, this depends on where you live, what your circumstances are, who's your parents, who's taking care of you. Are you being bullied at school? You know, lots of different levels here about safety. Boundaries and expectations. Family boundaries. The family has clear rules and consequences and monitors the young person's whereabouts. This might be our biggest difficulty. And if you do family therapy or you're working with children that are out of control, it's probably because there's some issues here. School boundaries. School provides clear rules and consequences. I think we've got that down. Yeah. Do you agree with me? Yeah. I mean, they are. I mean, at least, I mean, when we were growing up, you know, the worst case scenario was passing a note or chewing gum, and I think we, you know, we're pretty scared if we got caught doing that. Nowadays, you know, a 5-year-old brings a knife to school that's plastic and they're suspended for 10 days, you know. We've gone a little bit maybe over the top, but we're scared, you know. It's, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how children, you know, how they're concentrating now in school. Maybe some of you teachers, we can talk a little bit about that later. But certainly with all the school shootings that we've had in Newtown, et cetera, we have an environment now which is a little bit different than it was before. Neighborhood boundaries. The neighbors take responsibility for monitoring the young people's behavior. Your son is over at my house and he's not behaving. Would it be okay if I gave him a spanking? That used to be the way it was. Now nobody's like, hands off, right? Adult role models, parents and other adults model positive, responsible behavior, and that could be anything from not texting while driving to not being inebriated or using drugs or not being incarcerated. You can pick and choose what that is, but kids with healthy development have parents who are healthy role models. Positive peer influence. Young person's best friends model responsible behavior. Good luck with that. Once they get into a group and they're doing negative behaviors, they're all doing them. And then high expectations. Both parents and teachers encourage the young person to do well. They're getting a positive message wherever they turn. Constructive use of time. Creative activities. Young person spends 3 or more hours per week in lessons or practice in music, theater, or arts. Youth programs. Young person spends 3 or more hours per week in sports, clubs, or organizations at school or in the community. Busy children stay out of trouble. Children with lots of time on their hands get into trouble. Religious community. Young person spends 1 or more hours per week in activities in a religious institution, whatever that means. Could be a youth group, could be going to a synagogue or a church or something like that with their family or without their family. They have a place they can go. Time at home. What's that? Okay. A young person is out with friends with nothing special to do 2 or fewer nights per week. That means on school nights, I come home from school, I do my homework, I eat dinner, I do more homework, maybe, I go to sleep, and I wake up, and maybe on Friday or Saturday night, I get to go out with my friends. Those are the external assets. The next set is internal. Achievement motivation. Young person is motivated to do well in school. You could have a kid with all the switches off on the top and they just love school. This is where they feel comfortable and they do well and they pull themselves out of a really bad situation and they become a leader of the country. Right? School engagement. Young person is actively engaged in learning. They want to know more. They suck it up like a sponge. Homework. Young person reports doing at least an hour of homework each evening. Bonding to their school. Young person cares about his or her school. That's the center of their life, the center of their community, in addition to their home. That's the place where they want to go to the games, they want to dress up on Spirit Day, they want to be part of the bake sale, they want to be in the clubs, they want to be connected to their school, they like getting on the bus in the morning and going. Reading for pleasure. Young person reads for pleasure 3 or more hours per week. What do you think's happening with that? Not so much. Except for the Asperger's kids. Now they're probably reading 20 hours per week, right? But then we have a whole hole in the social area, which would be the next 2 areas. Positive values, if you're working with kids with conduct disorders, breaking the law, getting into trouble, they're going to have some issues in this next section. Caring, young person places a high value on helping others. Young person places a high value on promoting equality and reducing hunger and poverty. Integrity, honesty, responsibility. Young person acts on convictions and stands up for his or her beliefs. Tells the truth, even when it's not easy. Accepts and takes personal responsibility. Some giggling out there. Okay. And restraint. Young person believes it's important not to be sexually active or to use alcohol or drugs. If I was giving this seminar 30 years ago, our parents would be saying the same things, right? This is kind of that one is the age-old one. Everybody's always worried about their child doing alcohol, drugs, and sex, right? And when the Beatles came out, it was sex, drugs, and rock and roll is going to ruin the world, right? Well, they weren't too wrong. Not the rock and roll part. That was the good part. Yeah?
I know many adults who don't take responsibility for their behavior.
That's right. You'll have to speak up so we can hear. Okay, but you said, I know a lot of adults that don't take responsibility for their behaviors.
Actually, probably more than half. To be honest. I mean, they do on some level, but
Not all levels. Right.
that's how I got here.
So when we looked at those external assets at the top, we said, well, if we don't have good role models, how are kids supposed to learn how to behave? If the people that they look up to or who are raising them are not really doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? That's a little bit scary. Social competencies. Kids with on the spectrum and kids with executive function and some kids with ADHD are going to have a big deficit, and all the lights are going to be out here. Young person knows how to plan ahead and make choices. They have empathy, sensitivity, and friendship skills. They have knowledge of and comfort with people of different cultural, racial, and ethnic backgrounds. The young person can resist negative peer pressure and dangerous situations. And the young person seeks to resolve conflict non-violently. Last section of internal. I have control over things that happen to me. I have high self-esteem. I feel terrific about myself. I'm proud of my accomplishments and the things that I do. My life has a purpose. I was put on the planet to do something great, and I'm going to go out and do it. I am optimistic about my future. I will grow up, I will be stable, I will get a job. If I want to get married, I'll get married. I'll support my family, and I'll have the white picket fence. Okay? We have a problem with this area. We have a lot of apathy. with our young people right now. And part of it is our economic situation. College is not an easy thing to do now. It is unaffordable for a lot of kids, or it scares them that they would have a ticket price of $100,000 in debt to pay back. And I know some of you sitting here did it, and you're working in a nonprofit right now, and you're making maybe $25,000 to $40,000 a year, and you're paying $200 to $400 a month in student loans for the next 10 or 20, 30 years. And that might have been the money that you might have been able to, in our day, put down on a house. So you might still be living with your parents, or with 3 roommates, or struggling or living on your credit cards. It's hard. My daughter, she's 24, and she's watched a number of, she's in college right now herself, but she's watched a number of her friends. See, I was smart. Go to California. Live there for a year. College is free in California. Well, we're sort of from California too. We lived on both coasts. So she did it. So now she gets to go to school free. They send her a grant every month, $700 or $800 to live on, and everything is paid for. How cool is that? Go to California. Get educated there. They have a great system. But she has a friend who went to Brown University. You know where that is, in Providence, right? I don't know what it is now. It was $42,000 when her friend went a year. She's working in Boston as a medical receptionist for $14 an hour, living with 5 roommates, looking for graduate school, which will be another loan. But it's not the same as it was. So it's really scary for them to make those kinds of commitments. Or they did so poorly in high school, and we're going to talk about some of the things that happen to children who end up with some of these multiple things, that they're having a second adolescence in their 20s while they're staying at home trying to figure out how to get out. Met a guy in the airport on my way to Seattle, my last seminar, and the plane was late, and you're sitting and you're talking to somebody, and I said, "Where are you from?" And he told me, and I said, "Do you have kids?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "What do they do?" And he told me, well, one of his kids is, has left home and did well, and he's married or whatever, and the other one is 25, and he's really worried about him, and he's still at home, and he has a severe Asperger's, and he can't work, and he's got social anxiety, and he doesn't know what to do with him, and he pretty much plays video games all day long. That's his life. So what I'd like you to do, and for those of you at home, you can just look over your list of what I had, what the child I'm thinking about had, and some type of a takeaway, something that surprised you about this list, and just make a couple of notes. For those of you here, I'd like you to introduce yourself to somebody that you haven't met, so you can't do it with the person you walked in with. Tell them who you are, what you do, and just take about 5 or 10 minutes. I'll stop you, and I want to teach you how I'm going to stop you before I stop you. I'm going to do something called the bump bump. It goes like this. Bump, ba-da-dum, bump. Bump, bump. You're so smart. Let's try it again. Bump, ba-da-dum, bump. Okay, so when I do that, that's so I don't have to scream and yell, "Come on, everybody, let's get back." Then you'll know that we're done, and then it's over. I'll try to give you a little mini bump bump warning that we're almost done, and that will go like bump bump, and that means get ready for the big bump bump, okay? So say hello to your neighbor, and share the 3 questions. Me, the child I'm thinking about, and something I realized looking at this list. to send questions to you and then you're going to send them to me, or how's that going to happen?
Send them your email address.
Yeah. Susan@parentingpowers.com is the easiest one.
Susan@parentingpowers.com. Okay, cool. I'll send it over to Spencer and I'll call him and let him just know.
Yeah, then I can, because I have the phone with me, I can check and I can try to integrate it in so that they feel like they're part of the seminar also. There's 40 of them
Yeah,
online.
That's good.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
Very good. You know, and we've gone off without a hitch, so we have a good connection.
Yeah.
It's so nice that you're able to use the light and do stuff. I think, you know,
Yeah.
your PowerPoint's bright enough.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, SusanParentingPowers.com. Spencer right now, he's telling me to use that. Often they send it to me, which becomes a logistical
I know.
thing because I've got to take them up and interrupt.
Exactly. No. Okay, thanks.
this one, which is, we already kind of talked about this, so I think we're okay on this.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I just couldn't hear him either, though.
I know.
I mean, I asked him to repeat it, and he wouldn't. So that he was the only person that said something. So yeah.
We're fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Bomb. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum. Guys are amazing. Okay, so let's have a couple of takeaways or shares from what we just looked at. We're going to use this platform a little bit during the day to plug things in, just to kind of keep it in front of our heads. One thing that I do with it is I print it out and I keep it in the front of my intake for every case I have. And when I meet the family or the child, I go through the checklist and see what's there and what's not there. And sometimes it gives me a great idea of something that I can do. Sometimes just connecting somebody to somebody else will give you more bang for your buck than sitting with a kid for 12 sessions in a row. We want to create relationships. We want to create opportunities. We want to hook people up so that they can get turned on. So, what did you notice about yourselves for this list? Yeah?
I didn't start doing some of these more positive things, so I was wrong.
So it took you a while, it took you until your 20s to get some of that.
Other people take responsibility, have a sense of purpose, have a possibility to view like their future. I mean, it could have been better, but
So, hello? Okay, here we go. I'm going to just trying to figure out how to do this so that, because I cannot hear you to even repeat you back. Yeah, if you share, but there might be other people in the back that will share also, so I just want to make sure that we capture everything that's said. So,
We can have somebody pass them.
yeah, we'll just keep that in the back if someone's going to say something. All right, so
Run to you.
there we go. If you want to talk, raise your hand and we'll get the mic to you, okay? That way the people at home won't be in the dark. Someone else? Yeah.
I was wondering about the inclusion on the list of the religious community. That seems probably, if I were making a list these days, I would not include that because there's so many people who aren't religious.
Yeah, I agree. It's not my list, it's the Search Institute's list. And I think the reason that it's on there is because it was probably developed by a institution that believes in that. I just like the rest of the stuff on the list. And when I think about my own childhood, boom. It wasn't that bad. You know, I had a good childhood. When I think about my own childhood, we weren't religious per se, but I did belong to a youth group. And we did a lot of traveling, and we did a lot of things that were non-religious, but it gave me a group of friends that were not as horrible as the people at high school. High school. Who would do high school again? Really? You guys liked it? Okay. Who would never want to go back? Yeah, I agree. Okay. So it's it's one of those things. So what about kids today? What do you think about the kids you're thinking about? in terms of what they're missing? Which chunks are missing the most? Which? Family? Parenting. Boundaries. Self-esteem. Commitment to learning.
Creative activities.
Creative activities. Positive relationships. Reading for pleasure. I remember when I was in 6th grade, that probably was happening before that, we would get the Scholastic sheet would come around and you would fill out all the books that you were going to get to buy. And of course, most of the kids, including myself, I would pick, 20 books that I wanted. And I would bring it home and my mother would say, no, you can have 5 or 4, whatever it was. And I have to go back on my list and I'd have to pick my 5 best favorites. And then we would bring a check in, or cash, I don't remember, probably cash in those days. We'd bring it in an envelope, and I'd give it to the teacher. And then we'd sort of forget about it. And then maybe 3 or 4 weeks later, we'd be like, I wonder when those books are coming. And then one day, this box would be at the front of the classroom. And she tortured us, because it would be there, and all day long, you would be looking at the box, knowing your books were in there. That's how bad we wanted to read. At least some of us. And at the end of the day, there would be a half an hour left, and she would open the box, and she would read your name off, and she would give you your books. And I remember getting on the bus, taking them home, not even going to the kitchen for a snack, but going right into my room, shutting the door, and starting on that first book. And it was always a Friday when they gave them out, so by my Monday they were gone. I had read them all. And I don't remember if it was once a year, twice a year that we got that. But that was so exciting. Now, children are reading these and bumping into people. Although my husband told me that there's a new app for the cell phone now. It actually shows you what you're going to bump into. I'm not kidding. There's a little box at the top, so as you're looking, you're going to see what's in front of you, just so you don't bump into somebody. But that was ingenious. Isn't that funny? So, any takeaways from this experience of seeing this list? Do you think that you might be able to use this in a way to kind of get the big picture of what you're seeing and maybe actually have some effect with turning some switches on? Good. Yeah.
One thing I noticed.
Wait. I'm sorry, but you have to. Okay.
Just a remark. I think my age group had more structure, if not support. And I think today's younger children have neither. They lack structure and they lack support. If we had lacked both, but I don't think I could say that in the majority of cases we had more structure, even if you didn't have support. The structure in the school system was very firm, so you learnt lessons very quickly. That carried over to make probably positive choices. Not necessarily from a positive perspective, the structure itself, but you learnt quickly not to do certain things, which in the long run paid off. Today we have negative for children, so they don't learn good. Well, I always use the word with my children, healthy or unhealthy choices.
Right.
Not good or bad.
Right.
And I find it sad when I read this list because I'm kind of thinking, wow, how have things changed so dramatically in such a short period of time? That's
one of the things that I think about when I look at the list too, in terms of how we were kept in line, is there was a threat for most of us growing up of getting spanked. There was a threat. My husband tells a story of his father having a belt over the door, and they would point at. He never got hit with it, but it was like, if you don't obey me, then that's coming. People tell me stories of mothers chasing them around the house with wooden spoons. Wait till your father gets home. In fact, my mother's a school nurse, so in the summer she was with us, during the day, And she worked, so she really wasn't, I guess, used to being like a stay-at-home mom, per se. So we really got on her nerves because we would hit each other, scream at each other, all of that, as siblings often do when they're 2 years apart. And she would always be sending us to our room, and then invariably my brother would do something bad, okay, whatever that was, because he was a little boy that liked to get into trouble. And she would say, this is like 7:30 in the morning, wait till your father gets home. And then all day long he'd be like this, and he would forget what he did, and I never knew what he did because it was probably something I did but blamed on him, you know, being the older sibling. And then my father would come home, and you got to picture this. This is probably like 1963, 1964. He's wearing his overcoat, his tie, his white shirt, his hat, and he walks in the front door, and then he walks and hangs it all up on the closet. He's exhausted. He puts his hat up, and he walks into the kitchen and says hello to my mother, and she says, "You have to spank him." Now, this is 5:30 at night from the thing that happened at 7:30 in the morning. So my father would take my brother into the bedroom and shut the door, and this is what we would hear. Ouch! 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 He never touched him. It was their little deal. It was just so my mother would know that my father had sort of taken care of it, right? So my father was not a violent or even cared about it, and totally got that this 5-year-old little boy is not going to remember what transgression he did in the morning, because my mother probably couldn't even remember it. And how was that spanking going to actually help? Whatever. But we were threatened with physical harm. Absolutely. Yeah.
I think I find it quite interesting that we think, oh, when we were kids, we had to do this, this, and this, and we never did anything wrong because we had the fear put into us. But what makes it interesting to me is I think it's more family systems, because it's interesting because we are now having kids and we're also finding problems with all these kids. But if we're basing things on how we were raised, that should really transfer to how we raise our kids. So I think it's family system. I think it starts from the top and it keeps going down generation to generation. So it's not necessarily that something drastic has changed, it's that things haven't changed with families and systems and the way people parent, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think we're really going to ever know the real answer. And if you talk to your own parents, they're going to tell you what it was like for them. And I think every generation has its challenges, and we all have to kind of adapt to society as technology changes. Things change. As if you grew up with not a lot, and then all of a sudden you end up, being a child of the 80s and you get everything. And everybody wants everything, and there's instant gratification. You also have media, society, all these things coming at us all the time, and we're pretty desensitized. We're desensitized around violence. We're desensitized around stuff. I remember thinking, and then we're going to move on after I tell this story, but I remember thinking, when I was a little girl, I had a doll. It was a Thumbelina doll. She had a crib. I had a trunk of clothes, and a lot of the clothes my grandmother actually knitted for this doll for me. I had a couple of Barbies, but my mom didn't believe in Barbie because she said that women didn't look like that, so I wasn't allowed to have one. I had a Tressie who I cut her hair. I had a Mary Poppins who I cut her hair. I think I thought I was going to be a hairdresser, but didn't. But I didn't have a lot of toys. My brother had an Erector set. He had Lincoln Logs. And he had Tonka trucks. That was pretty much it. My father had the workshop. He was an electrical engineer, and he did a lot of things with my brother down there, building things, birdhouses, soldering, things like that. I spent time in the kitchen with my mother baking cookies and learning how to cook, I guess. So those were our things. My kids are now 24 and 28. I couldn't believe it. It kind of blew me away when my daughter was 3 years old, which was 21 years ago, and she had her 3-year-old birthday party. And at that 3-year-old birthday party, she got 8 Barbie dolls. See, we used to get the clothes for the one Barbie we had. You would buy the outfit, and now you had the next Barbie. You had the outfit for the doll. And it became cheaper for Mattel or whoever makes Barbies to give you the whole doll and call her roller skating Barbie or Wonder Woman Barbie. So you got the whole Barbie and the clothes. So now, by the time she was like 8 years old, there were 35 Barbies in our house. The stuff that was kind of accumulating kind of blew me away. And you go to McDonald's, right? And you get a toy every time you got a Happy Meal. So the stuff that's coming into our house, and then the kids they don't care about it because it didn't really mean anything. They didn't have to work for it. When I was 10 years old, I had a paper route. How many people here had a paper route? Okay. 4 years. Rain, snow, sleet. It was after school. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. I made 2.5 cents on the paper. 2.5 cents. It took me 4 years, I banked it all, to save $100. My brother did it too. We put our money together when we were in 8th grade and 6th grade, and we bought a sailboat. We sailed on the boat. When we went to college, we sold the boat. He got his $400 back, I got my $400 back, and those were our books for college. That's the way we were raised. That is not the way we are raising our children now. That's different. I don't know how you get back there. I don't know if it's possible to get back there. And nobody's going to give a 10-year-old a paper route now. You wouldn't do it, right? You wouldn't do it. Oh, by the way, I made a little more money than other children on the paper route. I have no math skills. Collecting on Friday was 42 cents. I couldn't figure it out. So when they handed me the 50 cents, I just stood there and smiled, and they let me keep the change. All right, we're going to look at some reasons why we have explosive behaviors in children. And we're going to explore some of that right now. And the first thing that we're going to look at is this video. Thank you, Eileen. Eileen's going to be our light person to make sure that we have some contrast now with the video. And when you watch this video, I'd like you to jot down what you see, the themes. What do you see with the parents? What do you see with the child? What stands out for you? Wear all your hats. Your parenting hat, your teacher hat, your therapist hat. And try to see what you think is going on here and how you would handle this family if they were referred to you. Or where you would send them if you were a referring person.
How'd you go through those quarters so fast?
Another kid took Kevin's money. Shut up!
What kid?
Never mind. Let's go. It was that kid. Never mind.
That kid? That kid's not bigger than you. Go back and get your money. Dad, let me handle it, okay? Kevin, do you want me to help you to get your money back?
No, can we just go? I want to go.
Okay. Okay? And that's a little kid. Justin can beat up that kid. Shut up, Kevin. You just shut up. What's the matter?
I lost my retainer.
Where?
Honey,
It's okay.
I put my retainer on the table.
Kevin, it's okay, honey.
It's retainer.
It's all right, sweetie. Here, let me.
Where are the kids?
His folks are driving them home. They'll wait within our house.
Well, that's just what Kevin needs. Time alone with my dad.
Yuck.
Let's just go.
Gil, they're $200. If you dropped $200 in here, you'd look, right?
Let's face it, he's getting worse.
He has his good days and he has his bad days.
Why is he so high-strung? He's like a poodle. Everything's blown out of proportion. What does he get this obsessive behavior?
I wish I knew.
They're gonna put him in special ed.
Kim, what'd you think? That you'd dress up like a cowboy and coach Little League and Kevin would be fine?
Oh. No, I didn't. Yeah, okay, I did.
Well, honey, you were really kidding yourself.
You know, when your kid is born, it can still be perfect. You haven't made any mistakes yet. And then they grow up to be like me.
What did you notice? Can you pass the mic back so that we can make sure we get this? Oh, thank you.
I noticed there was a lot of conflicting messages given to the kid by different caregivers.
Absolutely. What else? Yep.
The father's expectation of
The father's expectation of his perfection.
perfection.
Very good. We're going to get this down. Okay. Yep.
When the father and the grandfather argued, the child escalated.
There you go. Isn't this like a pinball game? A pinball game, right? Ba-boom, 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 boom. Right? Anything else? Let me ask you this. Oh, let's let this woman over here. I'll get it.
I don't think they were teaching him any problem-solving skills.
Absolutely. No problem-solving skills were being taught. They went and figured out how to find the retainer, but he went off with the grandfather, who he probably shouldn't have gone off with anyway, right? Dad even said that. That's all he needs is to be with my dad. Yes?
Sounds like it was progressive, but the father was saying it's getting worse.
It's getting worse. Okay. There was a stigma about special education, right? He was sad. There was parent guilt. Yeah?
I think also with the parent finding the behavior in the child upsetting, but it's actually the behavior that they themselves show.
Right.
And I think that happens to a lot of parents. I know it happens to me with my daughter.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So, let me ask you this. If that was your child, would you take them there for their birthday party? No. That kid is a hypersensitive kid, isn't he? So he needs the birthday party with kitchen table, half a friend, and half a cupcake. Okay? Small amount of stimulation, right? Because he is going to have an issue when there's a lot of noise, when there's a lot of expectation. If people start to argue, he is going to fall apart and he's not going to do well. And this is supposed to be a happy day. Not a day that's stressful where everybody starts arguing and falling apart. But oftentimes, as parents, we want our kids to fit into a conformity. We want them to have those experiences. Think about the parents who want their kids to play baseball. And you take a kid with Asperger's and you throw him on the baseball field. Not so good. You take a kid with Asperger's might do better doing something like karate or judo, something, you know, that's just like this. I have a friend, and they did, for their child who had Asperger's, they actually got him fencing lessons. How cool is that? You wear a mask. You don't have to look at anybody in fencing. Nobody has to look at your face either. It's perfect. So we have to, instead of saying we need to push people into these square pegs into round holes and make everybody be the same, we really need to look at the child and say, what does this child need and how is it different? And we need to really separate ourselves from wanting to give kids that perfect childhood to, I want him to have friends, so I'm going to invite all these friends over, and then we do that and it's a disaster. So I like to show this too because it's my plug for family therapy. Over the years, I've gotten a lot of phone calls. My child exploded here, my child did that here. You need to see my child in play therapy. And I did play therapy for 15 years, and I saw those kids. And guess what? They were fine with me. We had wonderful Candyland games, we had lots of checkers, we built things, we drew pictures, and then I'd bring them out to the waiting room, and what would he do? Slap his mother across the face. How is that helping that family system if I'm seeing that child in isolation? So I learned over the years to include the parents in my therapy and make them play Candyland together and make them do those things together. So if he raised his hand to his mother, I could teach her how to not allow him to do that, and how to put up a stop sign and say, please don't hit me. And use that for grist for the mill for the sessions. So even if you can't do family therapy because that's not your profession, and a lot of you, that's not what you do, you can invite everybody in and just sit and watch for 20 minutes. You watch this for 3 minutes, you learned a lot about this family. But if this mother or father brought this kid to your office and said, treat him, you wouldn't know about the grandfather, the father, you wouldn't know of that. But if you invited everybody, or you asked if you could make a home visit to see them, and you brought a cake or a pizza just to say, hi, this is me, I'm the teacher, I'm this, I just want to be with you, you would get so much information. And if you can't do that, and you live in a small community, spy on them in Walmart. You know? Just watch the interactions between parents and children, and parents and grandparents and children, and see what you're missing. Because sometimes we think we have the IP, identified patient, but we have the wrong person. If this was referred to me, and I saw this, I would probably want to do marital counseling with the parents, invite the grandfather in, do a little work there, and figure out if this kid did really have some regulation issues, and I might want to refer him to an occupational therapist to work on some of that stuff. Or if that was my specialty as a therapist, then I would work on those things with him, teaching him some breathing skills and things to do when he would get upset. So this is why we need to be really careful. It is one of the questions on your post-test about family therapy, and I do agree, after coming full circle over 35 years of working, that I got the most change, the most systemic change from seeing as many people as I could see. So we're going to run through some diagnoses in a little bit of a different way than you're probably used to. I'm not going to bore you with the DSM. I'm going to show you some different nuances. I'm going to tell you a story to demonstrate it so it's a little bit more interesting. So years ago, I had a really good friend, and she had 3 boys. And the oldest boy was a little bit different than the younger ones. The younger ones were kind of the all boys. They wanted to play soccer. They ran around. I cannot tell you how many times she called me from the emergency room because somebody broke their leg or arm or sprained something, because they were very rough and tumble kids. The older one didn't do that with the younger ones. He preferred to stay by himself, build things, read books, that kind of stuff. And that was in 1st grade. He was still, he was just a little different. Not very different, just slightly different. In 2nd grade, he got to school, and it started becoming a disaster. Kindergarten, 1st grade was okay, but 2nd grade, he was clowning around, he wasn't paying attention, he was disrupting the class, he wasn't listening to the teacher, he wasn't transitioning well, he wasn't playing with other children. And she became very worried, and she didn't understand this because she didn't grow up that way, and her husband didn't grow up that way, and the other 2 boys didn't seem to be having issues. They always wanted a play date, they always wanted to have somebody come over, and he never asked for that. So she went to the pediatrician, and she said, you know, I'm a little concerned about him, and I don't know what to do, but the teachers are having a hard time, and I'm having a little bit of a hard time at home too. So the pediatrician gave her a checklist to fill out at home and another one to give to the teacher, and they both filled these checklists out around behaviors: attention, inattention, some of the things that you would imagine would be checklists for an ADHD child. Everything came back. The pediatrician looked at it and said, your child has ADHD. This was, he's 26 now, so we're talking 19 years ago. So this little boy was started on a regimen of Ritalin at 8 years old. And he got his first pill in the morning, and then at lunchtime, he went to the nurse and got his second pill. And for the first couple of years, this was really amazing. They thought they found the answer. He was attentive, he was doing better in school. He still didn't have any friends, but since he had brothers, it wasn't like such a need for friends because there was always kids around that he could play with if he wanted to because of his brothers. By the time he became 9, 10, 11, each year became worse and worse. And when he would get home from school, he would, obviously, you know, when you're on Ritalin, you're not eating. So he never ate his lunch. The lunchbox would come home completely full. He would come in the door, and by 5 o'clock he was starving, and he was eating everything in sight. And she actually would go to BJ's or Costco and buy, like, you know, big boxes of mini pizzas, and he would go through like 10 of them in the evening, just couldn't get enough food. She was a little concerned about that, but knew that he needed to eat because he hadn't been eating all day, knew it was a side effect of the stimulant, that he wouldn't be hungry. Fine. He started, by the time he was 11, he started coming home and having explosions. Major explosions where he would throw things, he was violent, he tried to hurt his brothers. She called me one day from the bathroom. She was locked in the bathroom with the two little ones, afraid that he was going to hurt them, kill them, something. I think at one point did call 911 to help calm him down because he was raging so badly. They didn't know what to do. They went to, I think I referred her because she was a friend, so I didn't want to touch that one with a 10-foot pole. So I said, I know somebody who's a family therapist. Maybe it has something to do with you trying to make him be somebody he's not. Like, because you want him to be on the baseball team, or you want him to do these things, or you want him to do his homework when you want him to do his homework, and these were the things that were triggering. Or we thought so anyway. So she went to family therapy, and that's pretty much the message she got. You know, back off this kid, you know. If he doesn't want to do the things that other brothers do, just let him be who he is. He's a different drummer, let him do his thing. So she tried that, but it didn't help the explosive behaviors. So they went back to the pediatrician, who said, we need to give him something to calm him down. So now he got another med. And that med took him from explosive behaviors, which now we know is called a rebound effect from coming off the stimulant at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, to a subtype of a relaxant, or it was probably something like Klonopin or something like that they gave him. And he would take that, go into evening, and then she couldn't get him out of bed in the morning. Could not get him to school. And he didn't want to go to school now. He was like fairly drugged up. He wasn't having a good time at school anyway. Some of his behaviors were starting to leak through. It wasn't the happy pills that he used to say that they were called when he was 8 or 9. This was a real struggle. He was getting picked on at school, and it was going from bad to worse. So they took him to a psychiatrist. At this point now we're moving into more serious stuff. And the psychiatrist said, your kid is bipolar. So they stripped him off all the medications that he was taking and threw him on Lamictal, Seroquel, whatever they were doing 19 years ago. And he gained 100 pounds. He also got a bad case of acne. It just happened to happen at the same time. He wasn't looking too pretty. And you think he was being picked on? Now he was really being picked on. He didn't want to go to school. You could not get him to school. It was a battle every morning, and when he was there, he would do things to get himself kicked out, so he would go home. So this went on for probably through 8th or 9th grade, and the problem was he was really bright, major bright. So he did his homework. He did all this stuff at home. He read books. He was an A student, but he couldn't contain himself in the classroom based on the way the classroom was being run. So she tried to fight with the school to pay for a placement, and they said no because his academics aren't suffering. And she said, but he can't be there. So they had the means. They did hire a lawyer and an advocate, and they fought like hell. And they got him to a residential treatment facility in New Hampshire, where he went to high school for sophomore, junior, senior year. During that time, he had treatment, and some new things were figured out about him. And one of the things they figured out was that he had Asperger's. ADHD is probably the most ubiquitous, spreading over perhaps as many as 6 to 7% of our children. That is somewhere around 60 to 80 times the prevalence now commonly ascribed to Asperger's syndrome. It is not too surprising that so many children are first diagnosed with ADHD, occasionally preceded by the apologetic atypical, because it doesn't really look like ADHD, several years before they cycle and land on the Asperger tarmac. So he probably didn't need Ritalin. He most likely didn't need Lamictal, Seroquel, every other drug, Klonopin, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He probably didn't need any of that. What he needed was attention to his issues around Asperger's and a neuropsych eval when he was 8 or 9 years old that could have gotten him the self-regulating behaviors, probably hooked up with an OT, but of course 19 years ago we didn't know this stuff, so he didn't. This is his story. He probably, I believe he went to MIT, and he's probably one of our rocket scientists now, okay? This is a bright kid who had a terrible, terrible childhood. The marriage suffered, the relationship suffered, because we didn't know what we were doing. Hopefully we're doing a little bit better, but here's the fear. When the DSM-IV opened American eyes to the concept of more ably functioning PDD, or pervasive developmental disorder, many children with ADHD were reassigned to the Asperger's category, right? Almost 10 years after Asperger's syndrome arrival, this diagnosis is now being tried on for size by more and more individuals. A legitimate worry is that perhaps in our diagnostic zeal, Asperger's syndrome will become this decade's darling, the way ADHD became the last, and that too many children may be or could be jostled together under the PDD umbrella. And that is why and I don't know the details of this and I'm not going to talk about it today, but if you go online and you read about the new DSM-5, everything is changing. Asperger is being pulled out of the spectrum, and ADHD is going to get some new definitions. But the good news is, and this has been 40 years coming, we are getting codes for family therapy. That's the good news. We're not going to have to use the V code or pick an IP. We're going to be able to actually do some work because of systems work, which we all know is the parenting angle, the piece that we really want to be working on if that's the work that you're doing. So if you're interested in more about what I'm telling you about this, and I'm going to show you another slide in a minute, this comes from Daniel Rosen, MD. It's in your bibliography. And the name of the article is called, Is it Asperger's or ADHD? Now, why are we so confused? And why have we been so confused? Because they look the same. It is not that children with ADHD do not have developmental delays, but they usually do not have the variety, the severity, and the contours that children with Asperger's disorder characteristically have. ADHD children can have, although certainly not always, poor social skills, but they rarely and consistently have the demonstrable defects in comprehending social reciprocity, okay? i.e. theories of mind, understanding complex nonverbal cues, defects in facial recognition, distortion of subtle affective displays, and miscomprehension of social contents, context signaling, and so forth. So, both kids want friends. The ADHD child breaks the rules they understand but dislike. I don't want to take a shower. Nobody's parent makes them take a shower. I want to play my video games. Leave me alone. I don't want to take a shower. Leave me alone. Asperger's. I don't want to take a shower. I took one yesterday. I'm not dirty. Is that different? It's different, okay? Oppositional in the service of seeking attention. ADHD kid. I don't want to go on the bus. Mommy, please drive me to school. Can you drive me to school? I just want to be with you. Don't put me on the bus. I don't like the bus. I don't like the bus. I don't want to go on the bus. I want to be with you. Asperger's. I don't want to be on the bus. Drive me to school. You have to ask. Why don't you want to be on the bus? I don't like everyone touching me. I don't like it's too weird. I don't like the air. It makes me feel icky. I don't like it. It's usually some type of a sensory thing that's bothering them. It's anxiety. I don't like going on the bus either. When we were kids, we had to sit 3 in a row. You go on a New York subway, people are going to touch you. A person that doesn't want to be touched is not going to be comfortable going in a tight space like that. Sensory integration problems, uncoordinated and impulsive, they do respond to structure and routine. So you can see some of this in your ADHD children with the sensory stuff. On the other side, the children with Asperger's crave order. They create order. I've seen kids with Asperger's be diagnosed as OCD because it maybe looks like that. They're lining things up. I had a cousin years ago. He was a physician. He's long gone, so I guess it's okay if I talk about him now. And as a kid, I always thought he was kind of weird because we would have dinner at their house, and we would all, have our meat and potatoes and vegetables on our plates. And he would get his meat and eat it, go to the sink, wash his plate off, come back to the table, put his vegetables on it, eat his vegetables, get up and wash his plate, go back and do the next course. That's how he ate dinner. And we would get home and my parents would say, "Isn't he funny what he does, I'm sure. You know what he did in his spare time? He was a stamp collector. Okay? He was Asperger's. The guy was Asperger's. I mean, the only place this man was comfortable was in his physician office when he was taking your blood pressure and listening to your heart. And then he was the sweetest, calmest, nicest person because he was in the element of what he loved to do and what he understood. You took him out of that environment and he was like a fish out of water. And he had some odd behaviors. And he didn't interact with his family at all. Yes, he got married, made children, you were supposed to. In the 40s and the 50s, he did that. But he was not a social being. You couldn't sit around and tell jokes with him. He was dying to get to the basement, to the stamps. That's where he lived. He lived in his own head with those stamps. We used to call his stamps his children. We had an evacuation at one point. I think it was the hurricane in the 70s. There was a big hurricane in New London, Connecticut. Which was it called? Gloria. Gloria, that's it. And everybody had to evacuate. Clem didn't leave the house. He stayed in the basement with his stamps. Yeah. Okay. The ADHD kid has poor organizational skills. We know that. They have the executive function, which we're going to look at in a minute. But they aren't really rigid. They can be flexible, and you can work with them if you find the right in. The Asperger's child is bothered by details. They're extremely rigid. They collect information and then they want to tell it to you. And when they tell it to other children, it doesn't go so well. When they tell it to an adult, you're fairly patient and you'll listen to them to a point. And then you're like rolling your eyes. You're trying not to, but you are. So, but that's how they try to communicate because they don't get it. They might be too close to you, maybe too far away from you. You might be crying. They're going to come at you and tell you something and not recognize the fact that you're sad. They can't read the faces. They don't understand how to be with other children, and that's why they're ostracized, bullied, picked on. Yet they crave it and want it because they do feel lonely. So it's really hard. So we have to work with those kids and teach them basically how to act with other children so they can make friends, or at least get them a few friends that are just like them, and then they can parallel play on video games and they'll be fine. Bipolar disorder might be another one where we've lumped a lot of children. So here's a typical example. I might have a family come in and the mom will say to me, my daughter has bipolar, I know it. She comes home from school, she picks a fight with me, she yells and screams, she's even thrown things. She goes in her room, and then I say, what happened next? Well, in about a half an hour, she comes out and apologizes to me and says, I'm sorry, Mom. And I say, that's adolescence. Okay? And I said, by the way, Mom, how old are you? 48. I said, that's menopause. Okay? So nobody's bipolar in that house. Bipolar is sick. Okay? Bipolar sick. It's hours of raging. It's hours of depression. It's weeks. It's months. It's a huge unbalancing of sleep and of eating, suicidal ideation. They know when they have it. People know when they're unbalanced like that. Has anybody seen the new movie, Silver Linings Playbook? Okay. You know, I don't know. Do you think that main character is bipolar? Or do you think he was just reacting to a situation that his wife was cheating on him and he lost it for that moment? Right. Who knows, right? But look at his father, Robert De Niro. Major OCD in that movie. It's a great movie to see, to just watch. If you are in this business, it's a great movie to just watch family dynamics and how some of these things get handed down to our children by the way we live. When I told you the story of this boy, he wore every hat. And 4 of them were wrong. So for me, when I get charts or when I see kids who have come to me over years, if you work in a hospital, which I have, and you get the chart like this with the 10 different diagnoses and the 14 different medications, you know that's one of those kids that's been through the ringer. So it's really a great idea to go back and really start asking, when we look at this list, what are we really looking at? The best way to find out, too, is to get a neuropsych eval. It's going to tell you learning disabilities. It's going to tell you this. Psychosocial isn't enough to pick up this stuff. It'll pick up the behaviors, but it won't tell you the etiology. So a lot of school systems can't afford to pay for that, but if the parent has health insurance, you can push for it. And it might be good to get, if you're thinking about a 2nd or a 3rd grader now that you're working with, you might want to get a baseline right now and then do it again in 6th or 7th grade. Every 3 or 4 years it should get paid for. If you get it into the IEP, that there will be a new one, then if you can get that written in, then maybe you can ensure that you'll get another one when you need it the next time. Oppositional defiant disorder. ODD is a milder form and sometimes a precursor to conduct disorder. In contrast to children with conduct disorder, the behavior of children with ODD does not involve serious violations of others' rights. It does, however, impair the children's family, academic, and social functioning. Children with ODD show extreme levels of argumentativeness, disobedience, stubbornness, negativity, and provocation of others. While such behavior can be true of most children, would you agree? Okay. At some point in their lives, this diagnosis is warranted only for the few children, 3 to 4%, whose symptoms persist over months or years, occur across multiple settings, and result in pronounced impairment in their functioning in home, school, and peer settings. Do you think we're overdiagnosing ODD? We are. These children's anger is usually directed at authority figures. Here's a red flag. These kids are more willing to lose a privilege than to lose a battle. So discipline by withholding privilege often has no effect on their behavior. I don't care. It is the oppositional struggle which becomes the reality in this child's mind. And this struggle, unlike the typical lower-level defiance seen in many children, basically takes over this child's life and relationships with others. It's all about the fight. For example, with temper tantrums are common among children, frequent and very prolonged temper tantrums, 4 to 6 hours, often characterize children with ODD. Now, if you look at this list too, which came out of the DSM, this could be any child we live with. It could be a kid who has Asperger's. It could be the diagnosis for ADHD, couldn't it? Do you see how confusing this is? Very confusing. Okay. This one's a little more serious. Conduct disorder. With conduct disorder, children show persistent and serious patterns of misbehavior. Not only may they indulge in frequent temper tantrums like ODD kids, but they may violate the rights of others, stealing, vandalism, and aggression. These children are actively aggressive towards people, fighting with siblings and peers, and they may be sexually aggressive too. They may torture animals, commit vandalism, lie and steal from persons outside the home, and seriously violate society's moral codes. Kind of your budding sociopaths, okay? Yes, sir?
Yeah, I just want to say two things that both ODD and conduct disorder people still in that category don't respond well to positive reinforcement because they don't identify with authorities. When authority tries to say good job, they actually take that as a slight. So it's very
Right, thank you. So the gentleman is saying that he finds that kids with ODD and conduct disorder don't necessarily respond to positive reinforcement, and I'm going to tell you why. Children who are diagnosed with conduct disorder who have a higher IQ are easier to treat, but are more imaginative and creative and acting out and evading detection. So they're sneakier, okay? Some youngsters who have conduct disorder may have a learning disability and lower than average verbal skills. These kids have low self-esteem, become impatient easily, and seem reckless and accident-prone. Unfortunately, children and adolescents with conduct disorder do not show remorse unless it is to lessen their punishment. In fact, they enjoy telling about it in terms of what they have done. Think of television shows like CSI, Law and Order, and they go to the jail and they talk with the serial killer and he's bragging about what he did. And they tell their friends, oh, I just did this, I just went to this store in the mall and I was able to go and rip off all this stuff, or look what I have. They brag about it. This is where they're getting their self-esteem from. We are going to take a break right now, and this next video is about a boy, or it is a boy, who made his own video, probably as a school project, about his life with a learning disability. If you'd like to find this video for your own use, if you go on Google and you search My Life with a Learning Disability, Fletcher Academy, you probably will be able to bring it up. If you like it. If you don't like it, then forget you saw it. Okay? I'd like you to look at it with the backdrop of the developmental assets. Where are his strengths? Where is he struggling? What are his challenges? What do you think the outcome is going to be for him? And try to identify some of those key areas in his life. And then we'll kind of get together and we'll compare notes and see if we're all on the same page. Eileen, if you could get the light, please. Thank you.
When I wake up knowing of my diagnosis of having learning disabilities, I feel troubled. My mother always told me, be patient and take it step by step. My school seems just the opposite. They want my learning to be fast and to the best standards. The materials I need to require, the classes I need to graduate, all come too fast at me. I'm a learner who learns slower than most people. My life sometimes goes on like an unsolved puzzle. I can't figure out where the little pieces are in order to feel I have succeeded. Although it does not stop me when I put my mind to things I would like or maybe someday need, my learning disability seems to disappear. Getting my driver's license has been one of the biggest accomplishments for me. Driving to school every day has motivated me to feel I can succeed. It may take longer for me to comprehend that I need to study longer to be able to succeed. Getting to completion, like hiking to the top of a mountain peak, after miles of hiking through rugged woods, has the power to enlighten the motivation needed to feel that one has achieved. If only there was a school with no time limit on how long it would take for someone to succeed, I might be able to feel like I am a kid with no learning disabilities. I get out of my car to head to school where they expect me to come to achieve. But I leave my car locked, hoping that they can just school can just come easy for me. I sit in class with other students. I feel that everyone is much smarter than me. Having the feeling can feel terrible if you are like me. Thinking everyone is going out to do something. I feel like no one cares about whether or not I succeed. Trying to get through the day with little distractions bothering me. The foot tapping makes my ADD hard to pay attention. Teachers yelling at me, just pay attention. All of it makes me just want to go home and sleep. As the grades are passed out, I feel I tried my hardest. D-, it's hard to believe that trying my best only gets me a D. Try to organize my papers with time ticking down before I leave. My area is a mess and I can't understand how the person next to me is already cleaned. The bell sounds, signaling time to leave. I stay after, hoping no one notices me. I smile to know that the class is over, but noticing that everyone has been happy, but me, I leave the class with only a backpack, having to go to the next class, which is PE. As I walked to PE, someone started to bully me. My books knocked down right in front of me. I picked them up and continued to class where I should be. People walk through the halls, talking to one another with friends they meet. I pass the halls with no talking to anyone except me and teachers who approach me. People chat to one another, talking about plans for the weekend or a girl they might have seen. I just start to think how hard school seems for me. Although my grades don't show it, I managed to succeed. My leadership of being in student council has made me something proud I can feel that I've achieved. Teaching at photography club was never easy to start to teach, but it ended up being a great way for me to learn and teach others how to take photos easily. Photography is something I love to do and see. I enjoy it more when I study it constantly. Then going out and taking what I have learned to accomplish a photo makes me so proud of the things I can achieve. Finding someone who has the same way of learning like me makes me feel I am not alone on a far journey. Talking with Brandon, a friend I met while struggling with being me, has really taught me it's okay to have learning disabilities. I also learned he loves photography just as much as me, but he is more into videography and way better at it than I could ever be. He is a friend that you can say are rare to find, but for me he's a perfect one. But he manages to be a great friend that I can always count on if I ever need someone to talk to. The day at school comes to an end. I sit in my final class working on homework. I have trouble but have a lot of teachers to help me. I feel though I have learned a lot of neat things. Now it is for me to study so I can understand it. I then sit and start to wonder about multiple things. One is maybe, should I call Brandon to see if he wants to hang out on Saturday with me?
So we'll just scream these out really loud, okay, so that everybody can hear them. What did you notice about his strengths? What did he have in place?
He had his family.
His mom was behind him, right? What else?
I think he had some positive values to him, whether they all fell into the right places or not. He was trying to be optimistic.
He was optimistic about some things, right? Yeah. He was a very insightful boy. Would you say he was insightful about his situation?
He perseveres.
He perseveres. What about creative activities?
Yeah, stuff.
Photography, student council. What about major accomplishment for him? The driver's license, right? What about social skills?
He's able to connect with a peer.
He has a friend that's kind of like him, right? Found somebody to eat lunch with, found somebody. What is he struggling with? Definitely academics. What else?
Organization.
Organizational skills?
Self-esteem.
Self-esteem?
No, I'm curious on the high expectation piece of this. We expect a lot out of our kids. I work preschool, and we expect a lot out of 3-year-olds. And it's not fair.
Right.
They're all learning at such different paces, and why do we have to have such timelines for everything?
It's a good question.
I'm 36, oh, well, I'm not quite 36, but, and I'm just now working on my bachelor's. Nobody cares once you're in your 30s and 40s if you go back to school, but it's such time for high school.
So one of the things that you might want to think about is And I think I put it in your bibliography. There's a book by Seth Grobin, is that it? It's called We Are All Weird. Seth Godin, okay, Seth Godin, and it's called We Are All Weird. Seth Godin is a marketing guru. He wrote a book, probably about himself, basically saying that in the 50 years that technology has changed so much, we are still educating children the same way we did 50 years ago. We are teaching to the room. We are not teaching to the child. We need to develop kids based on their passions, what they're good at, flipping those switches, giving kids opportunities to succeed in life. We want to make sure that children feel valued, get self-esteem. Some kids are not going to get it through academics. They're just not going to. They're going to get it like this kid got it, through the driving, through the photography, and through other venues that have nothing really to do with school. The school might be the structure that provides some of those creative activities, but it certainly, for this kid, isn't going to be about his social studies test. That's not where he's going to do well. That's a D- for him. So, in looking at learning disabilities, if you are not a teacher and you're a therapist or another occupation, you may read evaluations and you may see some of these words. I'm just going to go over them again so that we're on the same page here. Dyslexia. A man yesterday in my seminar came up to me at the break and said, I didn't know, he was probably in his 60s, and he said, I didn't know I had dyslexia until 4 years ago. But my story is that in math class, the teacher would put the word problem on the board. And we were supposed to copy the word problem onto our paper. And every time I copied the word problem onto my paper, I changed the numbers around. And I would fail. So I got this smart idea that I would just do the problem off the board. Now, he went to Catholic school, and the nun called his mother in and said, your son is cheating. He's not showing his work. He's gotten perfect answers on everything. And his mother said to the nun, is anybody else getting perfect work? And she said, no. And then she said, well, how could he be cheating? And he knew that there was something wrong, but he didn't know what it was called. He knew he did the work because he could do it in his head. He just couldn't do the transposition. Okay, so that's a learning disability. The math issues. I have math issues. I have major math issues that you have no idea what kind of math issues I have, and the issues that have impacted my life because I was not diagnosed with a learning disability. I diagnosed myself 4 years ago with what they call, well, different things, but one of them is sequencing. I have sequencing issues. I have memorization issues. I don't see pictures unless they're in front of me. I can't remember things. If I stopped at the gas station and asked you for directions, I wouldn't remember what you said. I have to write it down. When I come out of the bathroom, I usually go into the broom closet. I don't have a recollection of how I entered a place in order to leave. I don't like parking garages because I'll never remember where my car is. These are some things that people don't struggle with. Some people just go through life and they always know where they are. I don't know northeast, southwest. I have no idea where I am. I can't tell you how many feet it is over to Sunny. My husband could say, oh, that's about, I don't know. I could do it this way. Maybe it's 40 feet. Maybe it's not. I don't know how many people are in the world. I don't retain the numbers. They don't mean anything to me. It's not interesting to me. So, of course, that impacted my education big time. It impacted how I chose to go to graduate school and get an MSW instead of a PhD in psychology. I didn't want to take statistics. I would have flunked. So I went and took MSW and got to do research methods, which didn't require me doing any addition or subtraction or multiplication or division or computer techniques, which were just beginning when I went to school. We have kids with dysgraphia. We have kids with auditory and visual processing disorders despite normal hearing and vision. They're just not taking it in the way you would expect other children to. And then we have nonverbal neurologically based learning disorders also. Another way to look at it, we take things in, they get all in our head and scrambled up, and then they go out. And I'll give you some examples. I'll use myself. It's always easier to talk about yourself. And I think it's kind of cool because when you use yourself, you can say, well, this is how I fixed it, okay? So, sequencing. I can't dance. I can do this kind of dancing, okay? I can't do a waltz. I could never take a ballroom dancing class. I can't remember the sequence of what to do next. I don't retain it. I can't play chess strategically. I can move I know how they all move. I know the knight goes like this. I know the queen can do what she wants. I know that the pawn can do 1 or 2 forward steps. You know, I know all of that. I could remember that, but I can't play the game. And I knew that when I was playing with children in play therapy, and they would say, Miss Susan, you don't have to let me win. And I would say, I'm not letting you win. I wasn't. I was trying my hardest, and they were beating me in checkers and in chess and things like that. When I'm driving and I'm using my GPS, the map is not enough. I have to keep looking at it. But when she's talking to me and I have the map together, oh, I'm in heaven. Because now I know where I'm going, I'm comfortable, I'm not in a panic attack, I'm safe. When she stops talking, forget it. Or if she's talking and I don't also have the picture, I'm slightly at a disadvantage because it's not all coming together for me. Before GPS, I didn't want to go anywhere. When MapQuest came out 10 years ago, that was good. It helped me. I was able to get in the car, go to Boston, I live in Connecticut, and not feel scared about driving on those one-way streets in Boston. Before that, it was like, somebody come with me because I need a navigator. I need somebody to sit next to me and read the map. Organization. Things to me, growing up in school, whenever I got an assignment, like the term paper, I would get so depressed because I didn't know where to start. I didn't know how to break it down. It just seemed like this horrible, horrible thing that I'd have to do. And the worst part about it was trying to get the damn thing typed. Because we didn't have computers, obviously, and we would sit all day Sunday with the paper and the carbon paper and the splat, and you did it wrong, and then you had to crumble it up and start over again. And it really wasn't the content of what you were giving the teacher, it was how nice it looked. We have it better now. We can write right out of our minds, and then we can cut and paste literally, not like we used to with scissors and tape. I took 8 years of piano lessons. I got fired by 4 teachers. They all told me I should practice. I practiced, but I couldn't remember to play without the music. But if you put music in front of me today, I could play anything because I can read it. I understand music. I understand what it means. I know how to do it. But it's gone, it's gone. So these are some of the deficits that I've had to adapt to. Now, technology has helped me in my life become a successful person. But without some of these technology and the things that we've developed over the years, my life was a struggle. And I was dependent on many people to help me. And it feels much better now to be able to do those things myself. You will see executive function difficulty for some children and adults, definitely, who have ADHD and or learning disabilities, and these are some of the things that they will have difficulty with. I'm sorry, may I answer a question? You'll have to speak up, I'm sorry.
Back to the question about expectations for students in general, and I think it coincides with the executive function. Hi, I'm a teacher at Harwood, and I have the unique opportunity of working with a program based off the Big Picture Learning Model, which is actually a 21st century drawn based on student passions. But I wanted to address the issue around expectations and why we have high expectations and standards for our students. One of them is the feds, okay? They set standards for us, and then the state comes in, they also set standards. But if I'm looking at this list here, that's what employers want people to be able to do. So when it comes down to the bottom line, regardless of the challenges that the students that we are talking about, we need to help them get to a place where they can be successful in getting employment in the future. And though these are the skills that they struggle with, it's our jobs to help them get those skills. So high expectations, students want high expectations. Are they going to grumble? Sure they are.
Thank you. I'm not sure if, I'm just going to repeat this again, in the interest of time and also us hearing each other speak. If you have a comment or a question, it would be really helpful if you could write it down on the piece of paper that you're given and pass it up to me, and I'll include it in the seminar. Because I really want to get through everything today. But thank you for that, because that was very important. What we want to do, and I totally agree with you, is we want to make this the focus of our education. We need to help kids be successful who can't get through the math class, who can't get through the term paper, who can't get through the reading assignment, because they're struggling with these things. This is how we have to help them. We're going to go through a number of techniques today on some of these areas to help kids break things down into manageable pieces so that they're not exploding. Because what happens is they try to do this, they lose their temper, and then the whole lesson goes out the window, and then you've gotten nowhere. The planning, organizing, strategizing, goal setting, attention to detail, self-discipline, self-regulation, the sense of time, working with others, these are definitely things that we need to do as adults, but we need to do them as children also. But kids with ADHD and with learning disabilities will struggle with this. When I was a younger therapist, I would oftentimes get moms and kids, or moms and dads and kids, into my office, and one of the things they would say is, it took us 3 hours to do this homework. The paper was a mess, we redid it, we yelled and screamed at each other, blah, 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 blah. It went in the backpack, and then he got to school, and guess what? Never handed it in. So I didn't understand this 20 years ago. I thought he has low self-esteem. So my questions or my treatment plan was, how can I help you feel better about it so you can get it to the teacher so she can give you the grade you deserve? What I didn't understand was he wasn't thinking about that. He was thinking about playing kickball. So now when I work with this situation, it's like, let's put a Post-it on your backpack. Let's draw something on your hand to remind you. Let's put a string around your finger. Let's put a sign in your locker that says, unpack my backpack, hand my math into my teacher, and I also encourage parents who have the means to scan the homework, email it to the teacher while we're working on getting the hard copy handed in. Because mom knows, dad knows that they worked with them. They believe me, they know. Because it wasn't a happy night when they were doing it. We also have that technology now where parents can actually go online and actually look at their child's progress, which we didn't have maybe 10 years ago. You would get that progress report and you'd say, what? You didn't hand in any of your homework? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And it was already too late. Now parents, at least in middle school, high school, can go online and say, what's going on? You did the homework, you didn't hand it in. Wait a minute, you had an assignment and you didn't do it. What's going on? And we can get to that a little bit quicker because we have the technology. And in some ways, that technology is helping us be more on top of our kids. So utilize it. So when we're looking at this morning and all the things we looked at so far, mental health, learning disabilities, these kids are at higher risk for school dropout, for drugs and alcohol, for teen pregnancy, for incarceration, for never leaving home, right? Joblessness, etc., etc. So we are the early responders, okay? We are the people that see the kids, aside from the families. We can recognize in first, second, and third grade, if we're working with young children, some of the things that we looked at today, and we can say, you know what? I'm seeing this from a different perspective. I'm going to see if we're going to push this a little further, make a referral, get an evaluation for this child. Because I know if I have a learning disability, there's got to be 10 people in here that grew up with something that inhibited your learning, and you know how painful it is, and you watch the video about what this kid is going through, even though people know about him, a lot of us grew up when nobody recognized it. And if kids are falling through the cracks because they're quiet and they're not making noise, no one knew when I was in 5th grade that I didn't know what was going on, because I didn't tell anybody. I sat and watched the clock go around during fractions and percentages, went home. My father tried to teach me the math. They just thought I was ditzy. You know, my father was an electrical engineer. He couldn't figure it out why his daughter couldn't do math, right? So, did it occur to them to get me a tutor in those days? Absolutely not. He was my tutor because he knew what he was doing. So that didn't help, though, because he didn't know how to teach me in a way that I could understand it. We have a lot more help now for kids, and we need to get them hooked up with the right people so that they can feel successful. You want to catch them by 2nd or 3rd grade, because that's when kids start checking out and start acting out because they're bored or they're not challenged. I mean, it could even be gifted kids who aren't getting enough of what they need for us to be attentive to them. We are going to step into some techniques now and pretty much go through the rest of the day with some things that you can bring into your offices, into your classrooms, into your homes, however you do the treatment that you do. And if you turn to page 34, would you agree that we talk too much? Okay. Do you ever find yourself repeating yourself? And what happens when you repeat yourself over and over again? What happens? They stop listening, or they scream at you, or they walk away and slam a door, or they say, "Get off my back." Right? So 90% of explosive behaviors are triggered by adults to children, because we haven't learned how to talk to them in a way to get the most bang for our buck, to get them to be cooperative. And then they get frustrated, and we get frustrated, and it just like this. It just goes higher and higher until there's an explosion. Ross Greene, in his book, The Explosive Child, if any of you have read it, says inflexibility plus inflexibility equals an explosion. And that's really true. We have to get to resolution. And so when I work, that's always a challenge, because sometimes if you're working with families, you may have a parent who says, well, he should just do what he's supposed to do. That would be a little bit rigid and inflexible. Well, how's that working for you? Right? That's Dr. Phil, right? How's that working for you? If it's not working for you, then maybe you'd be willing to change a little bit, because your child's not going to change. You have to be a little bit more flexible, or what I call mastering your psychology and being smarter than them. Creative. Using exaggeration and sometimes humor to get your point across. Tell me if this sounds familiar. How many times have I told you to pick up that towel off the floor? I tripped over that towel. How many times have I told you? I told you yesterday, the day before, last week, since you were 5 years old. You're 17 now. I've been telling you every day of your life to pick the towel up the floor, that the towel is still on the floor. I am so frustrated with you. And you know what? You're not going out tonight. You can just come home right after school, and that's it. Stay in your room. Okay? We get really, really, really upset with our children, okay, for stuff. So I remember at one point, my teenager probably saying something, I don't know if it was about towels, probably it was about towels, because I was tripping over them too. And I said this to my son, and he looked at me, and he's the calmest soul on the planet. He really is. And he looks at me and he said, Mom, if it's bothering you so much, why don't you pick it up? Okay? That's out of the mouths of babes, okay? When I heard that, I said, oh my goodness, whose agenda is it? He doesn't care. He didn't care because I was such a good laundry person. I would hang it up sometimes after I yelled a bit. I would get him a fresh one and throw that one in the wash. There was no incentive for him to have a clean, dry towel because he always had one. Why should he bother? It only bothered me aesthetically because I didn't like walking into the bathroom and tripping over towels or having my bathroom be messy because I like a neat house. So, that week, I decided to try something. I removed all the towels from the bathroom. And I hear in the morning at 6:30, Mom! What, sweetie? I need a towel. There's no towels. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. We don't have those anymore. Oh, Mom, you're kidding. You're kidding. Come on, bring me a towel. Honey, we don't have them anymore. You can use my blow dryer. It's under the counter. Okay. Okay. So, of course, he come out and he says, why'd you do that? That's how he would talk to me. Why'd you do that? Because I asked you 3,400 times since you were born to pick up the towel and it wasn't working. So we're not going to have any until we have an agreement that you are willing to pick up the towel after you use it. I'll do anything. Give me a towel. Right? I used exaggeration. Look, you owe them a house, clothing, 3 squares a day, a few snacks is nice. Hot water is good, not essential. Okay. But you don't owe them a towel. They're not going to die. They're not going to freeze to death, even in Vermont. Okay? You've all been camping? You've all made do? We've all, when we've had to, use a leaf to dry off or, whatever, right? However, you're laughing and I'm laughing because maybe we could get away with that with our own children. But some of the parents that come to us don't think it's funny anymore. They are so, done. They also, if they're very permissive, I could never take a towel away from my child. He would hate me. Good. No, but really, this is what you'll get if you try to give this as an idea. I mean, it might work with some people. But what I would say is if you can give parents a script with a fill in the blank of how to talk to their children, it might work better. And if I was doing this in therapy office, I would have a whiteboard, and then I would probably write it down with them and work it through. And it might look like something like this. John, your towel is on the floor. It bothers me when I walk past the bathroom to see the bathroom a mess. Please pick it up before you go to school. He may not pick it up, but I'll just go into broken record mode, repeat city mode. John, I asked you to pick your towel up at 9 o'clock. It's now 9:30. It's still on the floor. Would you please pick it up? John, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I asked you at 9 o'clock, 9:30, and now at 1 o'clock in the afternoon to please pick it up. Would you please pick it up? Okay, Mom, but stop talking like that. What's wrong with you, right? Because I'm being very reasonable. I'm not yelling. I'm not emotional. I am repeating, and I hopefully am driving him crazy with my calmness. And I'm using the word honey and sweetie. I am being kind. I am reminding. It's just like Cesar Millan, who watches The Dog Whisperer. Anybody watch that? Okay. I have a Cocker Spaniel. We first got him. He's 6, almost 6 now. You know, if anybody here raised a puppy? Okay. Okay, so it's sit, and then they get up, and then you go, And you don't scream at it and go, sit! I told you to sit 25 times. You don't do that to your dog, right? It's sit, 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 stay, stay. And we repeat, and we repeat. Good boy, here's a cookie. Good boy, here's a towel. Okay? So there's really no different. It's about your energy. It's about the energy that you give when you talk. Now the problem is that when they come from us, we have an emotional attachment to them. And it's really hard not to lose our tempers with the people that we've told 3,000 times something. So the first lesson, if you are a parent, and if you're a teacher it's easier because they're not yours, but if you are a parent or you're working with parents, tell them to pretend that they're not their children. They're not yours. And go get the book, The Prophet, by Kahlil Gibran. There is a chapter in there. They are not yours. They come from you. You are the bow, they are the arrow. They go out into the world. You can't control another person's behavior. And we're going to talk about that in a minute too. So they are not mine. Picture this. You have a 9-year-old son. He's wearing a cape. He has a 9-year-old friend. He's wearing a cape. You've told them every day, all summer long, not to play in the house. They're supposed to run around with their capes on outside or in the basement. You hear a crash in your living room. It is your favorite lamp that your grandmother gave you. You go in and you completely lose it. I told you! How many times did I tell you not to run around the living room with that cape on? Now my favorite lamp is broken. The one that I got from my grandmother, it was 150 years old. I can't believe it. You broke it. And your little child starts to cry and says, Mommy, I didn't do it. Joey did it. And then you go over to Joey and you say, Honey, it's okay. It's just a thing. Let's get the super glue and fix it together. We're so much nicer to other people's children. Right? We wouldn't yell at the neighbor's kid or smack the neighbor's kid, right? We're going to tell them it's okay, it's just a thing, and we're going to make it a teachable moment. We're not going to necessarily fix it ourselves. We're going to get them involved in it. We're going to have them help us fix that thing. Because we understand that that's really how you affect change. Screaming and yelling and being sarcastic and igniting doesn't really get us a teachable moment. Go to your room and think about it. How many kids are going to go to their room and think about it? Right? They're going to go to their room and play. They're going to go to their room and destroy their rooms because now they're in a tantrum or they're in an explosion. So we want to create teachable moments. A way to get to resolution is by creating something that's called agenda circles. And this will be on page 35. And this comes from the work of William Glasser, who wrote the book called Choice Theory. And he was a social psychologist who understood education. And some of the things that he believed were the only person's behavior who we can control is our own. That's it, folks. I control me, you control you, I can't control you. All we can give another person is information. All long-lasting psychological problems are relationship problems. The problem relationship is always a part of our present life. What happened in the past has everything to do with what we are today, but we can only satisfy our basic needs right now and plan to continue satisfying them into the future. We can only satisfy our needs by satisfying the pictures in our quality worlds or our agendas, the things that are important to us. All we do is behave. That's it, folks. Look how well you're behaving right now. You're all sitting here with your papers in front of you and your pens. Nobody's making extra noise. You're sitting in a classroom setting. This is how we would want, if kids were coming to school, we would want them to act just like you're acting, right? Makes it really easy for me, as your instructor, to teach you when you're behaving. Teachers have a room full of kids who are misbehaving a lot. Makes it very difficult for them to get the lesson across. They end up spending a lot of time trying to make kids behave or control their behaviors. Oftentimes, it results in an explosion and the kid being evicted from the classroom because they have 29 other kids that need to be educated at the same time, and you can't do it. It's impossible. We'll talk about that today too. But first I want to do this. If you look at your agenda circles, if you're a teacher, you could cross off the word parent and say what the teacher wants. If you're a parent, you could use this just for your own, or if you work with parents, you can leave the parent title there. And then what the child or the teen wants, and then what we can agree on. I want this. I usually want something I want to make you do, and you as the child want to play. Whatever form play means. Play means could be I want to go to my room and listen to music. It could be I want to be with my friends and play basketball. It could be I want to do video games. I want computer time. Pretty much anything, but anything that you want me to do would be under the play. Okay? We have a structure or a day that we need to move kids through. Starts when they wake up in the morning. We have to get them bathed or showered, brush their teeth, their hair. They have to have the breakfast, the backpack, have to get to the bus stop, have to get on the bus, have to get to school, get the backpack, all these little details that have to happen. Then they come home and we have to do the homework. And then, oh my gosh, we have to start all over with cleaning them up again, feeding them, and getting them into bed so that they sleep all night so we can do it again the next day. No wonder we're feeling nuts. It's very tedious, right? So after a while, it becomes aggravating for everybody because it's the same thing over and over, and sometimes the same battles over and over again because we haven't figured out why we're clashing. I'll give you an example. Work with a mom and a son. She came to me and she said, this is our story. I have a 15-year-old son. He has ADHD. I am a single parent. I work an hour away from home. He gets home from school at 2:30 and he lays on his bed listening to music or playing video games until I get home from work. I get home from work at 5:30, 6 o'clock, and I knock on his door and I say, have you done your homework? I'll do it later. I go to the kitchen, I make us some dinner, I call him to dinner, and during dinner I try to talk about it a little bit. So after dinner you're going to start that homework, right? Yeah, I'll do it later. Goes in his room, shuts the door. 7 o'clock, she's knocking on the door again. Did you do your homework? Get off my back. Now she's already asked him 3 times at least. Get off my back, I'll do it later. She starts to feel a little anxious, she's worried now. She waits another half an hour, knocks on the door. Did you start yet? Now she's getting tentative, and a shoe comes flying at the door. Bam. Okay, I think we're getting a little violent now. She asks one more time. I just want to make sure that you get the homework done because you know you need to hand it in. Boom, other shoe. She lets go of it. She goes to bed around 10 o'clock. 10:30, there's a knock on her door. Mom, but can you help me with my homework? This has been going on for years. Okay? This is their pattern. So I have the whiteboard and I have the 2 circles. Mom, what do you want? I want him to come home from school, sit down, do the 30 minutes of homework so that we can have an evening together that's normal. Who wouldn't want that? Some of you may be lucky to have kids who were self-starters who were able to do that. I was very lucky, I crossed my fingers lucky. My kids came home from school, dropped their backpacks, got their cookies and milk, sat at the kitchen table, did their homework, never asked me for help until it was memorizing continents or something and I had to quiz them. But essentially they were really, didn't need me. Other parents that I've worked with over the years, and certainly friends of mine who have struggled, with getting their kids to open the backpack, trying to figure out what it was, driving back to the school to get the book that they left there, you know, on and on, issue after issue. This family could not get out of this pattern. So she wants him to do it right after school. She's frustrated, so she starts bugging him the rest of the night. What do you want? I want to sleep. It's hard being me. Now he's got ADHD and a learning disability, like the boy we watched. When he's at school, people are on him every second, and he is exhausted from trying to pay attention because it's really hard for him to pay attention. He comes home from school, he is done. So now I have these two circles. I have she wants it after school, and then I ask her, is it reasonable? Or can you really, your expectation, is this really going to happen? No, he could never do this by himself. He needs help. Okay, good. So what do you think now? What should we do? We have to get to this place of agreement. And the way I see it is, the agreement is around finding a time and a place that they're both willing to meet together so that she can help him in a way that's positive. And right now, they're in this mess. Now, if you get a client like this who's 15 or 16, and this has been going on since second grade, this parent's probably been to multiple therapists, and they're going to come in and tell you, nothing works for us. Nothing works for our family. We've tried everything. So I call those the yes butters. It's like a motorboat. Yes, but, yes, but, yes, but, yes, but. It's not going to work. So if I have a yes butter, I'm going to do a couple of things a little bit different than I would if I didn't. The first one is called the takeaway. And the takeaway is, I see that you really have this problem. It's a really big problem, and it's a problem that a lot of parents have. And I totally get that. And there aren't many solutions for it. In fact, maybe only one thing that I've read, and they're having some success in Malaysia. Now, I'm making this up, okay? In Malaysia, with about 2% of the population of children with ADHD and learning disabilities whose parents have trouble with helping them with their homework. But based on what you told me, that nothing works for you, I don't think this would work either. Tell us. We want to know. No, you're going to think I'm crazy. So it's the takeaway, and I'm crazy. Okay, I'm crazy. Because it's a way out, far out idea. So I want to create some interest. I want to create some no, tell us, tell us, tell us. So I make them beg me for it, okay? I say, okay. Are you sure? Because I want to make sure that this really works for you. Yes, yes, yes. We'll try it. We'll try anything that works in Malaysia with 2% of the population. Okay, great. So we start with what time of the day. Now I know from what he said that they both agree that the homework has to be done, because he's already knocking on her door, right? So I know that. And even if he didn't say that, I would try to get at that first. Do you think that you should be doing your homework? And he might say, well, yeah, everybody's supposed to do homework. I don't like to do homework. Well, but do you think you ought to be doing it? Yes. So now we have an agreement on the homework has to be done. Now we have to figure out where. And we have to figure out what time is going to work for this family. So we use the circle, the bottom circle, to start filling in the blanks. What time is a good time for the two of you to meet? What time do you get home from work? What time are you done with your nap? Remember, he's sleeping. What time? So they say, well, maybe after dinner, 7 o'clock. Okay, do you both agree to meet at the kitchen table with the homework at 7? And how much homework is there? 30 to 40 minutes. Okay. And I know that when they do this, sometimes it goes on and on and on for hours, and it's not good. I said, do you have a timer? Yes. Okay. You only get 45 minutes. After that, you stop. So I want you to set the timer on the stove for 45 minutes when you sit down at 7. And we write that in. I can't send them off like that. It's not enough. This is not enough. They won't do it. Now I'm going to do Life Happens. That's part 2. Life Happens is the brainstorm of everything that could get in the way of them meeting at the table at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. What could happen that might throw this off balance? Let's do a brainstorm. He might bring a friend home. Then I've got to drive the friend home. It could, whatever. He might, on Wednesday nights, he has basketball practice. On Thursday nights, I have a church meeting. Okay, all of the things that are not going to work. So we flush them all out, and then we go back to the drawing board and say, okay, what time are we meeting at the table? Now we've renegotiated, and we come up with, it's got to be 6 o'clock. Because after 7, Mom has a meeting that she goes to, he has to go back to school, whatever. And we find the right time, and we say, okay, but I also say to them, something else could happen that could interrupt your success tomorrow night. We don't know what that is. We don't know what that is. It could be a neighbor down the street that needs your help. We don't know. And I'm teaching flexibility, and I'm teaching forward thinking so that they understand that it's not black and white, and I'm not the bad therapist who told them to do something that didn't work, and they can come back at me and tell me it was stupid. I'm predicting that 9 times out of 10, this is going to be a disaster anyway, and I already told them it only works with 2% of the population, so I'm already stacking the deck that it's not my fault if it doesn't work. Because I want them back next week. I don't want them to say, that's the 5th therapist we went to, nothing works for us, and we're not going back to therapy. That was a waste of time. I want them to come back. So we get to the agreement, and there's one more step, and that's called how will I know? How will I know that you did it? Susan. What, John? I'll text you. They love to text. Great, here's my phone number. Send me a text message at 6:30, 6:45 that you and your mom completed the homework. If I don't hear from you by 7, I'm going to call you or your mom and check in and see what happened. And I'm going to tweak it with you over the telephone for 5 or 10 minutes to help you get success. And that's how I blend the therapy with the coaching. I keep them connected to me that first week with that first assignment through a series of email or technology, which is texting, or phone, which we have now. It's a far cry from 30 years ago. Don't give them your phone numbers, they'll stalk you. Don't give them their phone numbers, you'll create dependency. I want that. I want them to have the success of meeting at the kitchen table, finishing that homework, letting me know that it worked, and then having them come back next Monday and saying, what are we going to do next? Did you read any more journals about people like us? I want them to have success, and I do have success when I work with parents that way. When I don't do face-to-face therapy and I do the parent coaching over the phone, I divide the call into 2 calls. A Monday 30-minute call and a Thursday 30-minute call. After the weekend, which is usually when bad things happen, and before the weekend, which is parents start panicking about what's going to happen on the weekend. And we make short-term plans, and we flush it out so that they have that support with unlimited email to me if something should go wrong. Usually, we work intensively for the first week or 2, and then they say to me, I've got it. I can fly solo. I understand what you mean now. I've got it. I have a system. It's working for me. I'll let you know if I need something in between our sessions. And then kids don't say to me either, if you didn't get paid, you wouldn't see me. Right? No, I care about you. I care about you at 5 o'clock. I care about you enough that I'm going to take a break from my own evening and check my voicemail. You know what? You people, we're all on our phones all day long, all night anyway. It doesn't matter. I would rather create success and have my evening interrupted for 5 minutes, or make a phone call and check on one of my clients to make sure that they're doing well. That's how I work. And that's how I use the circles. You can use the circles in the classroom by having the circles up in a poster form and having kids start to choose I want you guys to do your math problems now. It seems like some of you don't want to do that. You want to do this. How can we get the math problems down and you can also do what you want in the bottom circle? That's not giving in. It's creating a relationship and getting to resolution that helps kids from not exploding. When then? When you do your math problems, then you can have 10 minutes of computer time, then we both win. We have a lot of kids that, especially in our younger kids, our elementary school kids, and 3, 4, 5, 6-year-olds up to maybe 12, that have problems with regulating their emotions. And we were talking earlier today that sometimes the people that are their parents or the people that are raising them don't regulate their emotions very well either. So that their role models, you know, if a parent is, how many of you get telemarketing calls at home? How do you handle that? How loud do you hang up? Has anybody ever screamed at a person on a telemarketing call? Have you ever gotten frustrated? Well, people do. Maybe not you guys, but maybe some of the families you're working with, okay? Leave me alone. I told you to take me off the do not call list. Boom. Right? That's a minor thing. What about driving? Somebody cuts you off in traffic and you scream or you give the finger or you do something. Your 4-year-old's sitting in the back seat. So a lot of our kids, they don't know how to be calm. They don't know how to behave because the people they're seeing. And then we let them watch television. I mean, even SpongeBob. I mean, he's not a great role model, is he? And well, of course, I could laugh because we grew up with the Three Stooges. Right? And they were all hitting each other on the head with hammers. I mean, I can't believe our parents let us watch that. And now we have Jerry Springer, who brings people on television and has people exploit each other and has people actually punch each other and hit each other on national television, right? Or you have a football game that you're watching and 2 of the football members get into a fight on the field, or a basketball game, right? Teenagers watch that. These are their role models, and sometimes their role models aren't behaving the way they're supposed to behave. Even the people we put in high self-esteem, our leaders. Tiger Woods. I mean, it doesn't matter. People get put in the limelight, and then their behavior gets magnified, and these are the people that our kids are looking at. On top of that, you have kids that have some stuff missing. Some of the things we looked at earlier. You know, they don't have the ability to self-regulate. It's missing. Neurologically, they can't do it. They don't understand their own bodies. So what we want to do is start to create teaching moments where we're giving them information about their body and about how they can use their own bodies for something positive rather than hitting people, tripping people, swearing, saying things that they shouldn't say. And so we can create, for young children, we can create something called a cool down kit, and it's really a receptacle to put all the reminders of all the things that we've taught them to do. So there'll be a number of things that we go throughout the day, and I'll say that's one for the cool down kit. Put it in there and I'll show you how to do that. This is a little backpack I found online on Amazon. It says we can fix it. Certainly if you have one child you're working with, you can afford to spend $11. But if you have a whole caseload or a whole classroom, it's too much money. You could use Ziploc bag with the red zipper. And I kind of even like it better because it's see-through, and rather than even fumbling with trying to find what's in there to remind you of what you're supposed to do, you can kind of see it through the baggie. And they can decorate it with a Sharpie and with some stickers that becomes theirs. If you have a kid who's going to lose things, you can make a couple of them and it's not going to cost any money because it's just a plastic bag basically, and pictures that you're going to create for them to remind them what you've worked on. I have a question from the webcast. In your manuals, if you're on the webcast, you should have received a manual that was attached to the seminar. And in the manual, you will have a picture of the agenda circles, and those are on page 35. There is not a slide of the agenda circles other than, this slide that just says I'm going to talk about them. The pictures of the agenda circles are again on page 35 in your manual. And if you are on the webcast and there's some reason you don't have the manual, then you should email the contact person on your on your email that you registered for this and ask them how come you didn't get a manual, because you really can't do this seminar without the manual. This is I'll say a few things about the manual. I kind of had to laugh yesterday because somebody said, oh, my friend is sick and she can't come to the seminar, so can I take a booklet for her so she'll have the information? And I giggled because there's nothing in here. Right? It means a few things, but mostly this is a booklet because you have about 10 minutes of attention yourselves, and I want you to use your booklet to pay attention, to take notes so that you can use this later, and it's in your words, not my words, and it will mean more to you. So again, you need the booklet in order to do the seminar. It's not my booklet, it's your booklet. So I'm going to take you through what I call See, Hear, Feel 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it is a kind of a guided imagery, kind of a relaxation. I'm going to do it first, and then I'm going to show you how you can use it with all ages of people in all different environments. Okay? I see the carpet. I see the exit sign. I see the laptops. I see glasses. I see brown stripe down the floor. I hear movement. I hear zipper. I hear clinking of glasses. I hear a fan. I hear dishes. I feel the chair. I feel my glasses. I feel my hands. I feel warm. I feel my shoes. I see the ceiling. I see the floor. I see a pink bag. I see a brown bag. I see shoes. I hear dishes. I hear lots of dishes. I hear my voice. I hear a pen click. I feel really warm. I feel the chair. I feel my ankle. I see the ceiling. I see the floor. I see a table. I hear the kitchen. I hear clinking. I hear someone clearing their throat. I feel warm. I feel the chair. I feel my shoes. I see the ceiling. I see the floor. I hear my voice. I hear chatter. Feel the chair. Feel my eyes. I see the ceiling. I hear a fan. I feel the chair. Who got a little quieter with me? Okay. So I think I had actually added one in because sometimes when you're doing this you get a little more, you get like super hypnotic into it yourself. So I probably did the first time, I think I did two rows of 5 C's. So I see 5 things. I hear 5 things. I feel 5 things. I see 4 things. I see, I hear 4 things, I feel 4 things, and so forth. 3, 2, 1. I first learned this when I was doing, I attended a trauma seminar about 25 years ago, and this was developed for sexual abuse survivors who are having flashbacks to help them connect and get grounded to the here and now, especially at night, waking up with a bad dream or a terror, that kind of a thing. And I started using it when I couldn't fall asleep at night instead of the traditional counting sheep thing. And I found that it really helped me relax myself and get those racing thoughts about what I'm going to do tomorrow or my worries or those kinds of things. So I started using it myself just for insomnia, and it worked. And then I started using it with adolescents who came into my office who were having anxiety, OCD, racing thoughts, anything like that, or even being super upset about something in order to calm them down. And how I did it was I did exactly what I just did for you, is I demonstrated it. Would it be okay if I did this? And then I asked them if they'd like to try it. Some of them would say, I'm okay, I don't need to do that in front of you. But I would take a business card, my card, and on the back of it, after I showed them how to do it, the cue card was, see, hear, feel, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, try this. And they would come back the next week and they would say, I did that and it helped me. I did it before a test and I was less anxious. And nobody needs to know I'm doing it because I'm doing it in my head. I don't have to say it out loud, I can just do it in my head. I started using it with parents who couldn't get their kids to bed to calm them down, to make evening time a little more relaxing. So tucking your child into bed and saying, we're going to play See, Hear, Feel. And just doing it kind of like a Where's Waldo kind of a thing at bedtime, right after the last book. I met with families when I do home visits, and we would sit in a circle, and just to get people calmed down and not like so angry with each other, just to create a sense of calm, we would go in a circle, and I see, I hear, I feel. And even a 3-year-old can play this. And I have used it with the elderly too, who can't fall asleep at night, instead of having them use medication. For young children, if you want to help them with self-regulation in terms of a calming down, I think this would work fantastically, and I have used it with young children. And if I was using it in a classroom, I would teach it, and then I would have a poster on the wall that looked like this, or something that maybe the kids drew. And when they came in from recess, or in the morning, or after lunch, in order to get them settled, I would spend 30 seconds to a minute to 2 minutes playing See, Hear, Feel, to bring the room back to the quiet that you just experienced. The teacher could do it, or you could have the kids take turns doing it. You'd have to play with that depending on the kids. You probably get a lot of giggling and fooling around and that kind of thing. But once you did it 2 or 3 times and they enjoyed it and they understood that it was a relaxation exercise, I think that they would probably commit to it with you and do it. For the kit, you could use 3x5 cards and have them draw, an eye or earphones or an ear or a hand, or even put in a structure like a little pom-pom, which would be the feel. For nonverbal kids in the autism spectrum, I've spoken to some OTs about this, and we talked about how you would do that. And if they are nonverbal, you could have cards of the things in the classroom that were there, and the child could point to them, or you could point to them in order to get them back into that calmer place. Haven't tested that one out, but I think it would probably work well. So I had a question here. I'm not clear what goes in the cool-down kit. For this activity, what would go in the cool-down kit would be 3x5 cards reminding the child to do this activity. If you're working with an older child, you might not want to use, you're probably not going to give a 15-year-old a container, but you could give them your business card with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, see, hear, feel, and they keep it in their back pocket. Or you could give it to them on a 3x5 card, or they could make the cards and take them with them.
No drugs or alcohol?
No drugs or alcohol, which is funny that you say that. I guess I'll do this one next and you'll get what I'm talking about. We'll skip forward for a minute. So I had a mother who said, what about me? You get a cool-down kit for my kid, but like I want a cool-down kit. And I said, well, what would you put in there? She said, a big bottle of Merlot. And I said, I understand your pain. But some of the things that we might put in an adult kit, if you want to give a gift to a parent that you're working with that is having a really, really hard time, and teach them how to model that, because then a parent can say, I'm going to get my kit, you get your kit, could be a reminder. And the green means green parenting. Green parenting is not talking so much, saving your energy. So the color green reminds me not to talk so much. The robot, which we're going to work on later, is mindful robotic parenting or talking to kids, is using less words, being repetitive in that way that I did earlier, being a robot, being emotionless. They're not my children. Anything that reminds you, those types of pictures. Listening to music, taking a break yourself, putting a tea bag in the cool-down kit for an adult, putting some bubble bath in there, putting a bar of chocolate, putting a little book of quotations or a favorite Bible verse or whatever works for you. Something that's going to make you say, I need to calm down. What's going to work for me? We're not having a good time here. I'm going to do the things that calm me down or remind me. It might even be a reminder in there, a picture of your running shoes which says, when I get stressed out, I need to go take a jog. The picture in your cool-down kit is the reminder, and that is a coaching structure. You don't actually have to put your shoes in there. It's just a reminder. And of course, the picture on the bottom is Hawaii, and we can all pretend that we're there in our minds, or we can buy a ticket. Leave it all behind, right? With that being said, we are going to take our lunch break now, and I hope you have a great time, and please be back by 1 o'clock. This is the second part of the Explosive Children's Seminar. Hope everybody had a nice lunch and got some fresh air. The sun is coming out. We're going to start with another technique called tantrum busting. And this technique comes from mindfulness work. Has anybody ever done any mindfulness training? Good, all right. And basically, if you don't know what that is, it means taking an automatic behavior and breaking it down so that you can change it. Anybody here ever been on a diet? Everybody, okay. So let's say you're an emotional eater and every day you come home from work or school or whatever and you open the refrigerator and you just start eating. You don't want to do that anymore. Something that you could do would be to put a stop sign on your refrigerator, which makes before you open the refrigerator you're going to see a stop sign and it's going to say, oh, do I want to open the refrigerator? Or you could put an affirmation on the refrigerator, or a picture. If you've lost weight, you could put your skinny self up there and say, I want to stay the skinny self. Or if your heavy self frightens you, you could put your heavy self up there and say, I don't want to ever look like that again because I worked really hard to get where I am. Those are mindfulness techniques to help us stop an automatic behavior. Children, adolescents, and sometimes adults go from 0 to 10 in a split second with an explosion or a tantrum or a meltdown. Oftentimes, they don't feel, and we talked about this morning when we talked about the assets, that they have control over their bodies or their choices. So part of the teaching here, and to fill the cool down kit with ideas, is to teach them that we can start to recognize in our bodies when we start to get upset or irritated or ignited or triggered, so that we can choose to make a different choice. So when you talk about mindfulness, you're breaking it down into 4 areas: stop, breathe, reflect, and choose. Those are the main components of a mindfulness technique. The way you can use this, if you are working with, let's say, an explosive teenager, is, and let me just backtrack for a minute. When we work with kids with these types of issues, at least in this seminar, I am not going to discuss or talk with you about how to necessarily de-escalate somebody who's completely out of control. That, if you work in an agency, or you work in a hospital, or you work in a school, you have a protocol that you must follow, and that's what you do. My perspective and how I teach, because I'm coming from a therapy head here, is I get the referral for that kind of kid. So I want that kid to learn how not to do that again. So the things that I'm going to teach you are ways to teach a child that they do have control over their emotions, and we can teach them not to do that same behavior again. So that's the perspective here. So when you're looking at mindfulness, I'm going to teach this kid. Now here's an example. I got a referral of a 14-year-old boy who was suspended from school for flipping the cafeteria table. I hear some giggles back there because you know who I'm talking about, right? We've seen this. We've seen kids just lose it in the hallway, in the classroom. They knock over their chair. Nothing, the school can't do anything but get them out, because right now they're a danger to other people. Somebody could get hurt. We don't really know what the psychological situation is on this child. So oftentimes it's the therapist who gets the phone call. Will you please evaluate this child, make sure that they're safe enough to go back to school? So that was the call I got. So this kid comes in. I find out that he's in foster care. He's had a number of different homes. He's struggling in school with socially. He doesn't have the right clothes. He doesn't look right. He's kind of getting by. His story was that he was eating by himself in the cafeteria alone because nobody wants to sit with him because he's picked on and bullied, right? And 3 boys came up to him during lunchtime and started harassing him. And what did he do? Fight, flight, boom, table, backwards, protected himself. He was protecting himself. To the aide, to the teachers, to everyone else in that room, it looked like he was like losing his temper. He really wasn't. He was trying to get some space so he wouldn't get hurt. He lost his temper. He was irritated. He didn't know what to do. He didn't understand that he could get help. No one ever told him he could get permission from a teacher to leave. None of that had ever been put in place for him. So we have a safety issue here for him. He's not the threat. The other kids are the threat to him. So you have to dig down sometimes when you get a referral like this, because oftentimes kids' reactions or their explosions at school are often because they're being bullied and they just can't take it anymore. Right? So with him, I asked him, and I use a lot of what's called motivational interviewing. Has anyone done that type of work? Yeah? Okay, this is wonderful stuff. The assumption is, remember we talked about choice theory, and I said, all we do is behave, but I can't control somebody else's behavior. All I can do is give them information. Well, to piggyback on that, I can give you information, and I can sound like a robot, boom, 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 and tell you everything. But you're not necessarily going to be engaged because that's my idea. So I want to make it your idea, and I want to be respectful. Would it be okay with you if I shared some things that might be of help to you? Well, sure. You're asking my permission. How many people talk to teenagers that way? Usually it's, you need to do this, and you screwed up here, and this is what you didn't do right. Okay. How about, would you like me to help you not flip tables anymore? Sure. So we're going to make some cards together. I'm going to give you those 3x5 cards, and you can color them. And we're going to make 4. One is going to be a stop card, one is going to be a breathe card, one is going to be a think about it card, and then the last one is going to be a choose card. And over the next 8 to 12 weeks of therapy, if we're doing managed care and we have to do it in a crunch, or maybe it's 4 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever you got, that's your treatment plan, using the 4 cards, round and round and round, gathering information, using those cards as the information gathering, as the brainstorming. These cards become the center of the session. So I asked him, would it be okay with him, again, would it be okay with you if we collaborated with some of the people in school to make it safer for you? Yes. And did he want to be in school? Yes, this kid did. If you're talking to a kid who doesn't want to be in school, because there are table flippers who don't want to be in school, they do it so they get suspended. It's a little bit of a different animal, but let's go with this example first. And I said to him, would it be okay with you if I talk with the school, the lunch aide, to see if she could wander near your table during lunchtime? And then we could have a hand signal. If you're feeling threatened, you could look at her and she could come closer. Yeah? Is there a teacher or a coach or a nurse or somebody in the school who you know, who you like, who you would like to eat lunch with once in a while if you didn't feel like going to the caf? Yeah, Mr. Jones is a shop teacher. He's nice to me. Well, okay, would it be okay with you if I asked him, or you went with me to ask him, could you have lunch with him if you didn't want to go to the cafeteria? And we get the permission of that set up. And would you like it if we could find another boy to sit with you at lunchtime? Nobody wants to eat with me. Well, what if we found somebody? Would you want to? Well, yeah, I would like a friend. Okay, so I'm going to go to the teacher, I'm going to go to the guidance, I'm going to go to whoever I need to go to. So, of course, now I'm a therapist, but I'm also on the phone. I might have to go to the school, I might have to step out, I might have to find a way to get this kid safe, because that is number one here, safe. And I'm going to put as much safety as I can so that he isn't in a panic, because if he's safe, this kid isn't going to flip a table. I know that if there's one kid like him, there's 10 or 15 like him in the school. I'm sure I can find another kid just like him. We'll get them together to have lunch. Okay, now I have 3 options for him. And we write those down on the Think Reflect card. Those are options that he has for lunchtime. I'm also going to teach him a series of breathing techniques and recognizing in his body so that he doesn't have to go from 0 to 10. So that he has some inner tools that he can rely on, so that in that last section of developmental assets, I have control over things that happen to me rather than things happen to me and I have no control. He's had a life of foster care. He didn't have control over that. But he can choose, if I teach him how, to have control over his temper or his fear, or understanding that it's okay to ask for help and you're not a wuss. You get to ask for help, you get protected. So with this child, we worked on this for a number of sessions, and he never had another explosive behavior at school. He kept these in his pocket. That was how he carried his cool-down kit around. It was in his pocket. He was 14, he wasn't going to take a plastic bag to school. But he had these cards, and every week we worked on them more and more. And we added the different techniques on the back, and by the last couple of sessions I was able to say, okay, if this happens, how are you going to handle it? If that happens, how are you going to handle it? Which breathing technique do you like the best? Which would you rather do? Have the friend, go to the teacher, or have the aide, or all 3? Which of these things is going to work for you? And so it's a continual conversation, and we're actually talking about something that is practical. I'm not going to get into his head. I mean, a little bit about his past and everything else. I think that's okay. But, look, I only got 6 or 12 sessions. I can't go too deep, right? This isn't psychoanalysis. This is getting this kid to a functioning place that he wants to be in school so he can learn, with a tool that he can take out into the world so he doesn't get in trouble. So that's what my treatment plan for him is opening him up to the world of mindfulness. If you want to use this in a bigger way, you could teach each of these steps to a classroom and have a poster on the wall in the classroom, and you can ask kids. Somebody's poking someone with a pencil? What are you choosing? Would you like to stop? Remember the breathing techniques we worked on? Would you like to try one right now? I really don't want to send you out, but that is one of the choices that could happen. But you can choose how you want to go. You can stop what you're doing, because now I know what the consequences are going to be, right? I've used this with couples who fight. It's great for marriages. Put it on the refrigerator, and people stop doing that round and around because they call each other. Hold on. We're getting into that rigmarole that we get into because couples do that. They get into a pattern of communication that sometimes isn't very healthy. And if you've seen it as a therapist, you can point it out and you could say, stop, breathe, reflect, and choose. How do you want this to go? Do you want to be slamming the chair and leaving the table, or do you want to finish the dinner and get to resolution, or save it for a conversation for later so you can get to resolution later? There's all kinds of choices that we can make if we're conscious. If we're unconscious, then we're going to do the knee-jerk. If we're conscious, we can choose it. And for kids with executive function and for kids with ADHD, this really helps them see that every behavior is broken down into 4 pieces. And it's engaging because they're drawing the pictures and it's fun to do with them. Who doesn't like birthday cake? Birthday cake is good. This is a relaxation script for younger children, although you could use it with older children, and I invite you to participate. And even those of you at home, please feel free to close your eyes, and everybody here too. And I'm going to take you through a script that's about 3 minutes, and it's going to teach you a number of relaxation poses and scripts so that you can choose which one works for you after. And once I show it to you, I'll show you how to break it out into even smaller pieces, so if you're teaching very young children, you wouldn't do this whole thing at once. You would do pieces of it. And then I'll show you how to make pictures and structures to put inside a cool-down kit to remind kids to do pieces of this. So if you'd like to do this, please close your eyes and get ready to relax. You can do this in a chair, on the floor, on a couch. And I'd like you to see your birthday cake in your mind with all the candles. And I'd like you to make a wish. And I'd like you to take in a deep breath and blow out the candles on your cake. Uh-oh, they just lit back up. Those are trick candles. So you take another deep breath, get your wish ready, and blow them out again. Darn, they just came on one more time. So you take in a really deep breath this time, and you blow as hard as you can, and they stay out this time. Keep breathing slowly like this. Feel how it relaxes you to breathe so deep. Now squeeze your hands closed into fists. Pretend that you are squeezing a lemon in each hand, and as you grip tighter and tighter and squeeze tighter and tighter, you squeeze all the juice right onto the floor. Right now, your muscles are tense. Now let go of the lemons. Let your hands go limp and relax. Now your hands feel relaxed. Notice how relaxed your hands feel. See how tense feels different from relaxed? Relaxation is a way to make your whole body feel relaxed, like your hands are now. Next, imagine that your body is like a balloon. When you breathe in, feel your chest and sides expanding. When you breathe out, imagine your body is like a balloon shrinking with the air being let out. Breathe in like a balloon being blown up. And now breathe out, like the air is being let out of the balloon. And as you let the air out, let it out through your mouth this time. Next, breathe in through your nose, imagining your body expanding like a giant balloon. And now imagine letting the balloon go and the air rushing out as you breathe out through your mouth. As you breathe in the next time, raise your arms above your head. And when you breathe out, lower your arms to your sides. Raise your arms and breathe in. Lower your arms and breathe out. One last time, raise your arms above your head as you breathe in. And then lower your arms to breathe out. Now relax and keep your arms at your sides while you continue to breathe slowly and deeply. Remember the difference between tense and relaxed? Tighten your leg muscles to make both of your legs very tense. Pretend you're riding your bicycle up a very steep hill and you have to squeeze your legs together to get all your power to get to the top. Squeeze tighter, tighter, and tighter, and now you're at the top of the hill and you can jump off your bike. Let your legs become very relaxed. Each leg is as floppy as a piece of string. Your legs feel so heavy and your muscles are so loose. Now tense your arms. Make muscles very tight and tense. Tighter and tighter, and then let go. And let your arms go and be as loose as pieces of string. See how it feels to be relaxed. Your legs and arms are all relaxed now. Now let the rest of your body go. Rotate your neck from side to side. Drop your shoulders down if you're hunching them. Check in with your fingers and your toes and your knees and your legs and your arms and your waist and your head and make sure everything is just going out. No tension. Your body is heavy. Your body is relaxed. Relax even more now by noticing your breathing again. See how calm your breathing is. Breathe in and out, in and out. Continue to breathe. There's nothing you need to do right now except relax quietly. See how calm and relaxed you feel. Keep your eyes closed for a moment longer while you wake up your body and your mind, wiggling your toes and your fingers, moving your arms and legs, sitting still now for a moment. When you are ready, you may open your eyes. You will feel awake, relaxed, and calm. It's me. So here's some structures or pictures to remind children once you've taught them. And like I said, you can break it out and you can do one thing each week. You could teach the lemons, just starting to teach them about their bodies. Tense, relaxed, tense, relaxed. Closing your eyes, imagining riding your bicycle is tense. Letting go of the bike is relaxed. These images for them. The birthday candles, blowing out the candles teaches them to breathe in their minds. You can have a candle in the kit if you want, or you can just have a picture like that. You could have a real balloon or a picture of a balloon to remind them to breathe like in and out like a balloon. You can have these pictures up on a poster in the classroom if you're a teacher. This is called a breathing square, and this is also a fun thing to do, to teach breathing. And we can do that together now too. So let's breathe in through our nose for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's hold our breath for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's breathe out for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And pause for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we can keep going around the square to give kids a picture of how to breathe. And it's kind of fun. If you want this image yourselves, just go to Google Images and type in breathing square. And you can have the image. I didn't create it, I grabbed it. Okay? But kids could draw their own, right? On a card, which can go into their kits. Be good for a few moms and dads I know too. Would you like me to tell you about the bear? Yeah? Are you sure? Okay. So this is called teddy bear breathing, and it's for very young children, or I could say a couple of teenagers that would probably like to do it. And you have them lay on their backs, and you might want to do it with them, and put a little stuffed animal or a little bear on their bellies, right about here where the diaphragm is, and see if they can breathe in and out and make the bear rise and fall. Let's see how many times your bear can go up and down. And it's fun. And then, of course, I get to hug my bear and suck my thumb when I'm done. So it's a good cuddly thing to do, and it will be a very calming thing for young children. And they use this in hospitals for very young children. I really think it's cute. And if you go shopping to Target or Walmart or the Gifty stores, you can probably find little tiny teddy bears about this big. Just stock up on them, and you can put them in the kits if you create the kits. It would probably be the only thing that you would purchase if you wanted to do teddy bears. You can put one thing I don't have a picture of is a straw and a cotton ball, and have a cotton ball race. It's pretty hard to cry when you have to blow a cotton ball around the room. Calms you down, makes you tired. You could use real bubbles if you weren't afraid that the kid was going to throw them at you or pour them on your head. You could just use the wand from the bubbles as a symbol of blowing. With some kids, you might even use bubble gum and say, let's see how big a bubble we can blow together. I'll do it and you'll do it, and we'll take turns. Or a real balloon. Let's blow up a balloon. Who doesn't get dizzy when they blow up a balloon? It's hard to have a tantrum when you're lightheaded. This is called Blue Blue, and some of you who work with children probably have used colors and emotions to get kids to talk. This is a little bit different. Let me ask you this. When children come home from school, what do we say? And when you say, how was your day, what kind of answers do you get? Fine. Does that tell you anything about your child's day? Would you like to know more? Or if you're a teacher, hey kids, how was the weekend? What do you get? Fine. Right? Okay. How about, show me how much sad, mad, and glad you had today at school. Here's a paper, and here's 3 colors. Blue is sad, red is mad, yellow is glad. make a picture. Show me how much, however they want to do it. Maybe they fill up the page with color. Maybe they draw a picture of something that happened today using those colors. Show me how much sad, mad, and glad you had today at school. Show me how much sad, mad, and glad you had on the weekend. Kid comes home from school, mom says, show me how much sad, mad, and glad you had. Wow, you have a lot of red on your paper. That's the mad color. No, Johnny pushed me off the swing. Oh my gosh, so sorry. You okay? You also have some blue. That's the sad color. I know. And he pushed me off. I scraped my knee and my knee was bleeding. And I cried. Oh, let me see your boo-boo. But, wait a minute. You have some yellow there too. That's the glad color. I know. I went to the nurse and I got a Barney Band-Aid. Mommy, can I show you? Okay. So, I have a story now. Whereas before when I said, how was your day? I got fine. I said, show me how much sad, mad, and glad you got. I got an entire story. And I had a conversation with my child of something very meaningful that happened today at school with them. Child comes into your office for therapy. Could be a 9-year-old, it could be a 15-year-old. Show me how much sad, mad, and glad you had since I last saw you. Instead of, how was your week? When I used to ask teenagers how was their week, their hoodie got lower and lower and lower on their faces, and I didn't get any information. Or I got the fine thing. But when I left, and I started doing this a lot, because teenagers don't talk, and it's very nonverbal work, I always left a stack of paper and a lot of art supplies right between me and them. And then when I started offering this up, as the beginning of every session was, show me how much sad, mad, and glad you had. And eventually they wanted more. That red does not really represent how mad I got at my mom. Okay. How mad did you get? And I'm like, wait a minute. Is it kind of like the cartoon character? They get really, really mad. The face turns really, really red, and then it turns purple. I think that's called rage. Here's the purple crayon. Would that represent how angry you were? I had a teenager tell me the orange was for lonely. I had a girl came in and said, I need the black crayon. They wanted to show me how they were feeling, and they were able to do that not through verbalizing, but through drawing a picture, using colors, and using art. Because kids play better than they talk. They draw better than they talk. Some of you may also work with adults or older children who've had trauma. Somebody asked me earlier about trauma. Kids who've been traumatized often don't talk at all. They could be selectively mute. They could get triggered by a lot of things. Show me how much sad, mad, and glad you've had in your life. Draw me a picture about that. I might get a picture, I might get a timeline. I did this with a woman who was in her 40s who had been a sexual abuse survivor. She drew a timeline of colors. And then I get to ask questions. Wow, when you were 7, you have this high streak of yellow. That's the happy color. I know, that's when I was adopted. That was a great year. I'm also noticing that there's a lot of red and blues. Which one would you want to talk about next? Which one would you want to talk about next? What's the next one you want to talk about? And putting it back on her. Now she has distance from her story. She can choose which one she wants to tell me. I ask about the happy stuff because that's usually not so difficult to talk about. But the bad and the sad stuff is difficult to talk about. With very young children, you can also just carry the 3 crayons or markers around with you, and as they fall onto the ground and do that thing that they do in the middle of the supermarket at 5:30, when you shouldn't be with them in the middle of the supermarket at 5:30 anyway, but that's what they're doing because they want the candy or whatever. You pull the crayons out and you say, which one are you feeling? Instead of, and I know we all do this, use your words. I don't have any words. I'm 2.5 years old, but I know my colors. I'm sad. You didn't let me have the marshmallows. Or I'm mad at you, Mommy, because you said we could have a video and I didn't get to get the video and I'm mad. Now I'm using my words, but I'm going to prompt you by showing you the crayons to get you to talk. I have a girl that I worked with since she was 5 years old. She was sexually abused, and she was having such a difficult time in her life, and on and on and on. Thank you. And she saw her, when you do trauma work, oftentimes, if you're the person, if you're in private practice, it's really kind of easy to do this. You can see somebody, and then they come back to you when they're 9, and then they come back to you when they're 13, and if you hang around long enough, when they're 25 years old, they come back to you. So over the course of her life, I've seen her in different developmental stages. And last year, she called me, hey, I have a chance to have an interview with a job, and I thought that I could come over and you could help me practice for the interview. I'm kind of like her second mother. When you raise somebody and you do trauma with them, that's you sort of become that. I said, sure, come on over. Because she walks in, she's 25, and she's upset. And I'm like, what's going on? You're all worked up. She's like, I am so red right now. She is still using the word red for mad from when she was 5 years old, and I introduced her to the colors. Okay. If you want to put this in the cool down kit, you can have a little moleskin or a little flip, little small little notebook and 3 crayons. And you can put that into the cool down kit, and it could be go draw your feelings. And you could direct them to that, so it could be another thing for them to do to remind them that they can express themselves with art. We talked about adult cool down kit a little bit before lunchtime. Here's another structure which I would put in a classroom or in a therapy room or even in a home to teach kids that they have control over their bodies. And it's just using some basic yoga moves with some affirmations. And the first one says, I feel confused, and we sit down, and you can do this as a group. Everybody crosses their legs, and then they say together, I am still. When I'm out of control, I'm confused. When I cross my legs and I sit quietly, I am still. I feel unsteady. I feel balanced. It's fun, too, to do stuff like this. I feel tension. I am letting go. I feel tired. Stand on your head. You won't feel tired. Boom, right? I feel lost. I am found. If you want this JPEG, you can go to yogaguardian.com. If you can't find it there and you still want it in the JPEG format, just email me and I'll send you my picture. I've saved it. You could have kids draw their own also. I think it's cool. You can use sayings that you find. I found this one on Facebook, of course, to remind your own intentions, children's intentions, adolescent intentions. By using words and then having definitions after the words, it makes people think. Before you speak, think. Those of you who are in the webcast won't see this. Well, I guess you will see this. You'll see this picture, but it's not in your booklet because I just added it last week, so it's not in the manual. So you might want to copy it down if you don't have it. Before you speak, think. T, is it true? H, is it helpful? I, is it inspiring? N, is it necessary? And K, is it kind?
It's a high bar.
It's a high bar, isn't it? Couldn't we all use some work there? It reminds us not to be sarcastic. It reminds us to edit our words. It reminds us not to talk so much. What do you think this means? Do you ever feel like that? Kids' eyes are glazing over and you're just talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. And your child says, "Stop nagging me, leave me alone." And you're like, I used to say to my son, "Well, how do I know that you're hearing me? Because you're not looking at me. That's why I keep repeating myself, because you're not giving me the cue." "Okay, Mom, I got it." You're not saying that. Or, "Okay, teacher, I understand." You're just looking at me like, or not looking at me, or you're walking away. That's why I keep repeating myself. But this means, why am I talking? It's a reminder for you guys. It's a reminder for us adults. Sometimes we're talking just to hear ourselves talk. We think we're funny. We think we're trying to make a point. We're trying to control them. But it's all going south. So you could print something like this out and put it on your refrigerator or on your iPhone or on your screensaver and remind yourself to save your energy and be green. All right, we're going to talk now about some styles of how adults relate to children, particularly parenting styles, but we all, how many parents in the room? Okay. So we've all practiced on our own kids. We're all a combination of the people that raised us. Nobody's pure, one or another. We all have different times of the day where we're more on, we're more better at it. But we also, as therapists, clinicians, people in the profession, work with a lot of parents. And sometimes when we see them coming, we're like, oh, wow. And we know it's going to be hard. We know it's going to be hard to engage them, to get them to come in. I've had, over the years, parents who say, you know, they're bringing their 5-year-old over and they walk in the front door, and I work out of my home. "I'll see you later. I'm going to get my nails done." Hello? "No, thank you. You have to stay. You can't just drop your 5-year-old off, and this isn't about that." Or a parent who comes in and says, "I'm all done. I have nothing left. Would you like to raise my child?" Yeah. There was a ad in the paper about 5 years ago in Nebraska, and it said, "If you're all done with your children and you don't want them anymore, drop them off at the emergency room." Do you know how many people got into their minivans and their station wagons and their cars and started driving from all over the country to Nebraska? This is true. And when they started arriving, the emergency room wasn't prepared because it was a typo in the newspaper. It was a baby drop-off for infants instead of leaving them on a doorstep. You could bring your, if you had a baby and you couldn't raise it. So these parents, there are desperate people out there that want to drive to Nebraska and give away their children, right? And don't tell me that any of you that have worked with kids haven't had a pang and felt, "I wish I could take this kid home." You've all had that, right? And then you think to yourself, "Am I crazy? What was I thinking?" Right? Okay. So if you go into your booklet, you're going to see on page 42, I'm going to give you the definitions of the parenting styles. Then we're going to flip back to the PowerPoints where you see the blanks, and I'm going to show you 4 videos, and we're going to play a matching game where you can decide who's who in the parenting world. But first I'll give you the definitions so you know what you're looking for. The authoritarian parent. Do as I say. Why? Because I said so. Don't question my authority. Until you're 18, I'm the boss of the house. Military families often can kind of get into this a little bit. Some of you might have been raised by a really, tough dad or a tough mom who was just all business. Permissive. This parent may teach sterling values and give terrific support and love, but ultimately says, I trust you, instead of setting appropriate limits or boundaries. Permissive parents often treat a child like a pal and fear the child won't like or love them if they clash. Oftentimes in divorced families you'll find permissiveness going on. Some of it is they're a little overtaxed because now they're a one-parent family, but it's sometimes easier just to kind of let them do what they want, because when they do come down, the kids threaten them, well, if you don't let me do what I want, I'm going to go live with dad, or I'm going to go live with mom, or I'm going to go live with grandma, just leave me alone, let me do what I want. Also, it's really easy for a parent and a child in a divorced family to become enmeshed and become a couple. So they start making decisions together, and then the authority kind of gets blended. Families do better in hierarchies, by the way. They don't do better in democracies. Disengaged. This parent is too busy or otherwise occupied to monitor a child's activities or set limits unless the child is in imminent danger. And at that point, they either say nothing, ignore it, or they may come down very, very hard with unrealistic groundings and punishments and things like that, which they won't follow through on. This leads to inconsistency and mixed messages. And the kids usually don't know where it's coming from because they have no idea that this would have been the consequence had they done this, because nobody ever told them they couldn't do these things. Authoritative. This parent sets the tone and reasonable limits, expects good behavior, offers lots of love, and encourages kids to make choices and be independent. But when it comes to the big issues, it is do as I say. And those are usually around safety. Driving, not driving inebriated, not texting while you're driving, coming home when you're supposed to, or at least calling me so that I know that you're going to be late, teaching consideration, really about safety. Eileen, we're going to show 4 videos now, and I'm going to, as you watch them, when you want to go back to the PowerPoint slides in your manuals, you can decide who's who.
What are you doing, Bobby? Go back to bed. Bobby, back away from the stove. Bobby! Bobby, stop playing with the robot. What did I say about the stereo? Sally! Sally, stop it. Go bang your head against the wall. Sally looks fat. Sally, go watch TV. Go watch TV, both of you.
I made my judgment long ago.
Stop that. You're going to break it. Not this Saturday. It didn't work out. She's a child. She'll get over it. Bobby, what did I just say? You don't listen. Don, do something. Great. You broke it. What is wrong with you? Out. Stop it. You're being hysterical. Calm down. I don't even know what to say. Freeze. Can we go outside now? It's raining. Go upstairs. Go upstairs. Go upstairs. I don't care what they do when they're up there. Just like a few hours of quiet.
I better get dressed. Mrs. Davis will be here at any moment. Cliff, don't let Rudy get up from that table till she's cleaned her plate.
I'm eating them.
All right, then just sit here.
For how long?
For how long? Until you eat them. all I can say is I remember a little girl, and she wouldn't eat her vegetables, and the parents said, well, you're just going to sit there until you eat them. And she saw her friends growing up. People were going to college. She was still sitting there in the same clothes she had on when she was 5 years old. Now, are you going to eat them?
No.
All right, then just sit there, all right? And don't try to hide them, because if you try to hide them, I'm coming back and I'm going to check
My
teeth. Right.
Phil Dunphy, yo.
I'm the cool dad. That's my thing.
Let me meet this player.
I'm hip. I surf the web. I text. LOL. Laugh out loud. OMG. Oh my God. WTF. Why the face?
People, let's all chillax.
I know all the dances to High School Musical, so.
We're all in this together. Yes, we are. We're all stars. Bouncing something, you know it.
Act like a parent. Talk like a peer. I call it parenting. To keep it real. Know what I mean, son?
Not really.
I learned that from my own dad. A lot of dads would be like, oh, hello, son, how are you? My dad would come into my room and be like, what's up, sweat hog? Burn. That was a cool dad. As soon as I'm done kicking a little mom butt here, how about I school you in some Mario Kart?
Can't. Gotta work on my journal.
Lame! He was crazy, hip. It's Crip. He wasn't a Crip. He wasn't a Crip.
ABC's Modern Family premieres.
He is not spending the entire summer with some kid in Tahoe. He can hate me. You can hate me. He can try to kill me while I'm sleeping. I don't care. Sam is spending the summer with me, okay? He's my son. He's 16. That's it!
Can I get you too?
Do anything you want. Go get in the truck. Now go fuck yourself! Listen. I want that thing out of your chin, okay? If you got nipple rings, the navel rings, those come out too. And there's no makeup at my house. No glue sniffing, huffing, no pills, no grass. You've worn out your welcome at this house, Sam. This may well be the worst summer of your entire life, but you've earned it. Now go pick up the suitcase, get in the truck, now.
I'll hate you for the rest of my life.
Well, you can't even begin to know how much I hate my father. Think of it as a family tradition.
Okay, I'd like you to get into groups of 4 or 5. Just turn your chairs so you're facing people behind you. And compare notes. I'll give you 5 or 6 minutes, and then I'll call you back. And for those of you at home, try to get clear with what you just saw. ba-da-dum-bum. Bum, ba-da-dum-bum. So, who's who? Who is the first one? Betty Draper. What do you think? Disengaged. Disengaged. And sometimes? Authoritarian, right? Disengaged when she's drinking, maybe? And authoritarian in the morning when they're spilling the milk, right? Okay. What about Bill Cosby? Authoritative. He's our, like, our guru of who we want to be like. I mean, he's funny, he's firm, first of all, you can't make anybody eat. It's a horrible example, but it was the only one I could find with him in it that was clippable off of YouTube. So, but it just shows his patience, his ability to talk with his child, to use exaggeration and humor to make his point, right? Kind of like the towel example we talked about this morning. What about Phil Dunphy, yo? He's classic permissive, classic, right? Now the last one's the hardest one. What do you think about Kevin Kline? Authoritative? All right, raise your hand if you think authoritative. Like Bill Cosby, authoritative.
If you've seen the whole movie, you get it.
You get it, right. How many think he's authoritarian? Okay. And how many think he's disengaged? Okay, so here's the story. Kristen Scott Thomas is the mom. She goes to get, the movie begins, she goes to get him out of his bedroom. He's in a drug stupor on his bed with earphones. The room is like noisy. There's, cans on the floor from huffing. There's paraphernalia everywhere. The posters, it's just a bad scene. You see he's got the makeup on and the piercings. She can't get into the bedroom. He's got 4 or 5 locks on the inside of the door. So she calls up her ex-husband, Kevin Kline, and says, come and get him. It's your turn. Kind of like, I'm all done. Like if she could drive to Nebraska, if she could have gotten him out of the car, she would have brought him there. So he comes, he goes up to the bedroom, he can't get in, but he goes around to the side of the house, he grabs a ladder, and he goes in through the bedroom window. And he drags the kid out of the house, down into the pool area, and proceeds to tell him how it's going to be. Now, the kid provokes him. He swears at him. What does he do? He hugs him. Brownie point for authoritative. Okay, he didn't slap him across the face, throw him into the pool, wallop him. He hugged him, and then he set a limit. When you come to my house, this is how it's going to be. Then the kid said, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. And he says, you don't know how much I hate my father. Let's call it a family tradition. That was how it ended. And so he used humor to let him know. How many of you have read The Runaway Bunny? Okay.
What's it called?
The Runaway Bunny. Okay, if you have a little child, you probably still have the little hardcovered book in your bookshelf, The Runaway Bunny. Go back and read it. The Runaway Bunny. No matter what you do, I will still love you, and I will still come get you. Kevin Kline is the runaway bunny of the movie. No matter what that kid does, he throws things at him, he comes at him, he ignores him, and he keeps walking to him, putting food down in front of him. He keeps coming back and saying, I'm your dad, this is what we're doing. He does not lose his cool. He does not hit him. He doesn't walk away. He's in for the duration. This is called authoritative parenting. He doesn't let that kid get under his skin. He has mastered his psychology. Rent the movie, Life as a House. Life as a House. It's a beautiful movie, and I'm not telling you the ending. You'll have to watch that yourself. I apologize, I'm not going to be taking questions. If we have time at the end, I will, but during the seminar, it's just too difficult with the webcast. So if you want to make a comment or a question, please write it down and pass it forward on the paper. If I can understand what you write, I will answer it, okay? I want to sum this up. Children raised with authoritarian parents heed the line to a certain point, but they may also rebel fiercely. We've all known kids. You know the kid that's always in trouble, he's always grounded, he's the one who's sneaking out the window? Okay. Even if they do remain obedient, they may become unwilling or unable to make their own decisions in life and therefore seek out authority figures to control them well into adulthood. Children raised with permissive parents know how loved they are, but they sometimes crave the boundaries because it is their own consciences or guilt that sets those boundaries. Children with disengaged parents fare the worst because there's nothing more painful to children than being ignored by people who are supposed to care for them. Sometimes they push their behavior to the extreme to get the attention they crave from their parents. I'll give you an example of a disengaged family that I worked with. I got a phone call on a Friday. It's always on a Friday at 5 o'clock. Emergency! We need you to see our family, our son. My husband just came home from work, found a 2-pound bag of marijuana on the bed in my son's room, took the marijuana, flushed it down the toilet. My son came home from high school and is raging. I owe a bad guy a lot of money. I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. Why did you do that? We need you to help us. I'm like, I don't know what to do with that. That's a tough one, right? So I said, well, you want to come over and talk about it? So they came over, and it was clear to me, I had never met them before. They were, somebody I knew said, you should call her. And so they came in, and when I started asking questions, he had started using when he was 12. They never did anything. He was smoking when he was 13. They didn't do anything. By the time he was 15 years old, he had a full-fledged business. He was a drug dealer. This was a wealthy family. He didn't need the money. His parents had said to him, if you do well in school and everything else, we'll even get you a car like we did your brother and sister who are now in college. And he was a very bright guy. He was a conduct disorder or like a little budding sociopath or whatever you want to call it, and his direction in life had gone to criminal activity because it is against the law to drug deal, right? I asked his parents to talk to him in front of me, and the only thing that these people could come up with was, we'll write a check to the bad guy if you promise not to do this anymore. That was all they could do. When I said, I would like to see you in treatment, and I tried to do like a little piece because I already knew the writing was on the wall. I mean, look, 5 years they're letting this go, right? 6 weeks of family therapy. 6 weeks. Can you promise to come for 6 weeks? Yes, we'll do it, we'll do it, we'll do it. We never want this to happen again. This is horrible, horrible, horrible. Did they come back next week? No. 6 months later, I got a phone call from her, Mom. Hi, Susan. Hi. I'm like, oh, do I even answer the phone? Okay. And she wants me to write a letter to the school to get him out of summer school because he's missed 3/4 of the year of school because he's truant. And they said if I wrote the letter that they would let him skip summer school because he was in therapy with me. I said, he was not in therapy with me. You were in my office for 40 minutes. That's not therapy with me. I'm sorry, I can't do that. But that's the type of behavior enabling that this family was after. And I knew, that I wasn't going to be able to have an effect on that. Now, later, when we talk about marijuana later, if you get a referral of a child who's been caught the first time or the second time when they're 12 or 13 or 14 years old, I can help you with that very easily. But this was a disengaged family who had been caught up in this. Now, the other piece was he was a star athlete. He played every single sport, and even though his grades were bad, the school let him go because of his star football, star basketball, star track. He did extreme skiing. He was just one of those kids who could do it all, but he was going down a path that wasn't, he'll be you know, the next one on Wall Street that rips the rest of us off, okay? Very bright guy. And when I talked to him, I said, well, what's so great about this? He goes, $400 a week? Where am I going to make that kind of money? But you don't even need money, right? Your parents will give you money. You don't need to, he didn't even need a job. You know, it wasn't that he needed the money. It's that he wanted the thrill. He was a seeker of risks. You know, extreme ski jumping, extreme sports, those types of things turned him on, and so did having an illegal business that wasn't exactly cool. And he had parents who were pretty beaten down, who were pretty absent too. Both of them worked an hour away from home and were never home. So he was essentially raising himself. So if you want to put permissive slash disengaged, they were a combination of those two. Let's take a stretch break. Let's come back in about 15. We move on to the next section. I just want to address a little bit more about explosive children. Sometimes people ask me questions when they're working with very young children and they're very explosive and children throw things, or you just can't calm them down, or you've tried different things to get them to engage with you and it doesn't work. And I get that. However, because I have such limited information when you ask those kinds of questions, I really can't tell you what to do. I would need to know what's going on at home. I would need to know how the adults in that child's life is treating them. I would have to know what the transitions are and what happened right before that activity happened. There's so many questions that I would have that it's really difficult for me to answer a generalized question that way. What might help is if you really look at the situation and you look at, and I'm going to tell you really carefully, to look at transitions, to look at expectations, to look at how much overload is on that child, to look at whether or not that child also has sensory issues. What are the triggers? What time of day is this happening? Has the child been traumatized? Sometimes just asking a kid to do one small thing, which seems very simple to you, can push them over the edge. Sometimes they need not to have any demands made on them, they just need a hug. And I also know that you're not supposed to touch them anymore. There's all these rules, and someone was telling me yesterday in New Hampshire there's this thing called something 33. You guys heard of it? No touch.
Heard that, but not 30.
It's a law. Something 33. It's a law. No touch. If you want to reach out and hug a child, you're not allowed to. If the child puts his hands up to you first, then you can go in. They actually made a law. How do you help a child? How do we heal if we can't hug and we can't touch? I understand we don't want people doing things to children that they shouldn't be doing. But on the other hand, if you're a healer, it's really hard to be a healer and not to be able to pull a kid into your lap or pick a kid up and hug them. So I'm sorry if I can't be specific in my answers around an explosive child. I just don't have enough information to help you with that particular question. I would invite you, though, if you do have a specific question, know that you could email me, you could set up a time with me for some supervision, and I could help you offline, off of this course, with whatever that is. So I'm available for that. Yeah?
Before we get into it, there were some forms that you had started on that side of the... Yeah, they never made it over here.
For those of you who are on the webcast that don't get to fill out the mailing list, if you want to be on my mailing list, just go to parentingpowers.com. You'll see a fly-in box. It will say, give me your name and email, and you'll get a free special report which actually tells you how to talk to kids respectively and how to kids to get respectful back at you, and that's what we're going to do right now. We have lost something. Do you know what we lost? We lost it and we can't find it. Anybody want to know what it is? We lost the look. We lost the look. We used to have a look. Maybe some of our moms and dads or our grandparents had it and some of our teachers had it. It was a look. They just looked at you and you just like behaved, right? And we are so inundated with stuff that we lost it, or we lost our ability to take command of certain behaviors. We also sometimes are at our wits' end because the behaviors keep flying at us and we don't know how to handle them because there's so many of them. When we talk about disrespect, I'm talking about if you were to take your piece of paper, take a blank piece of paper and draw a line down the middle, and on one side of the paper write the word start, and on the other side of the paper write the word stop. The start side is everything you want the child to do. And that would be using your circles, using your just the facts, or just asking them to do things that they're supposed to do. Homework, getting dressed, taking a shower. The stop side is everything you don't want them to do. The things that if they disappeared, you would never miss in a million years. In fact, life would be full of peace and harmony and butterflies. And that would be hitting, kicking, screaming, sticking your tongue out, putting your hand on your hip, rolling your eyes, swearing, name-calling, any other nonverbal or verbal gestures, walking away, not making eye contact, generally rude behavior. That's the stop side. That's the side that we used to be able to control with the look. My grandmother used to say, don't make that face, your face will freeze. Right? Yeah. Okay. And we'd be like, really? So, what we want to do is we want to curb those things. We want those things to stop, and we want people to treat each other respectfully. The only way that we can get rid of that is by blocking it. Think of football. Block, block, block. If I don't let you do it, you can't keep doing it. If I take it away from you, you don't have that weapon. So a teenager walks in the room. Imagine it's a Mad Max movie, and they have all the paraphernalia, all the armor on. You know how teenagers are. They're just so angry. They got knives and daggers and guns and helmets and all this stuff. And every time they take a step forward, you make them drop one of the weapons. And they take another and drop, and pretty soon they're nothing except the clothes on their back. And they have nothing left to fight you with. That's what disarming and blocking is, and that's what we want to practice. And the way we do it is being lovey, and through love and guidance. Not through punishing, not through sending you to your room, not by taking things away from you, not by grounding you. I have never met a family that was effective in punishing, grounding, taking things away, that the kid didn't turn around tomorrow and do the same behavior again. I have never. Even my own children. But I have worked with families that were able to teach respect, block negative behaviors, and end it once and for all. If you imagine that you were going to get a driving lesson, or you were going to be the driving instructor, and not your father teaching you, that's not a good idea. Because parents, remember, parents are emotionally involved. Watch out, you're going to hit the fire hydrant. You know, the driving teacher says, slow down, put the brake on, swerve to the right. They're not going to freak out because they don't want you to crash the car because they don't want you to go into panic. So they say it very calmly. Plus, they're really used to driving around with teenagers who are really bad at it, so they kind of get desensitized, right? So, driving instructor says, a little to the right, a little to the left, you're crossing the line, you're crossing the line. See, all these words are perfect parenting words. Put your blinker on, look in your, use your rear view mirror. The road is slippery, you better slow down. You can go fast now. Now it's okay, now it's clear. And how we teach kids to drive and how we teach kids to act is by using these. These items. We stay calm. We are robots. We are green. We are not their parents. They are not our children. They are human beings who need to be tamed. Tamed. Yeah. If I lecture you, wah, 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 you don't hear what I say. Plus, I'm not being green, right? What were you thinking? I wasn't thinking anything, Mom. I'm 16. I'm a boy. My frontal lobe hasn't been developed. Ask me when I'm 25. We think we're funny when we say, what were you thinking? They have no idea. They're not thinking. They're being impulsive. Be clear. Please bring the car back by midnight is clear. I'm being clear with you. Name it. Please take your hand off your hip. That's disrespectful. Please don't roll your eyes at me. That's also rude and disrespectful. You're the worst mother. Nobody else's mother makes them do things that you make me do. Please don't speak to me that way. It's disrespectful. I hate you. Please don't speak to me that way. That's rude. Please don't make that sighing noise. That's also disrespectful. Please don't walk away mid-sentence. That's rude and disrespectful. But what do you want me to do? I took it all away. Now that was Minnie, okay? That's Minnie. 15-year-old girl, 45 corrections in 20 minutes. You have to keep at it until the tears come and they actually beg you to tell them what they should do, because everything that they went through, their whole arsenal, is on the floor. There's nothing left until they beg you to tell you how you want them to act. And you say, honey, just sit down at the kitchen table and let's talk about it. I want you to go out with your friends tonight. Believe me, I want you to go out with your friends tonight. How can I help you get there? I need to know if the mom is home. I need to know what time you're going to be home. I'm going to bring you. I'm going to pick you up. This is what, not, I'm going to Mary's tonight. I'll see you later. I'll be back. I don't know whenever. And that's not my house. My house is, Mom, may I please go to Mary's tonight? Okay, sweetheart. What time are you going to be home? I should be home at 10. If I'm late, I'll call you. Oh my gosh, go. Not, I'm going to Mary's tonight. See you later. I don't know. No. We talked about supervision, knowing where they are. We got to know where they are. Parents' worst nightmares. Do you know what they are? There are two of them. Car wrapped around a tree. Number two, they turn into an axe murderer. Okay? If we can get through teenagehood without those two things, we're pretty good. Okay? So we need to keep them alive, and we need them from turning into sociopaths or psychopaths, right? And the only way to do that is to know where they are and to get them to be respectful to us. Don't give up. It's going to take 45 corrections for a 15-year-old. For a 3-year-old, it's easier. Please don't stick your tongue out at me. Please put your tongue back in your mouth. Please don't make that face. Don't make that face either. Come on. And then we redirect and we bring them over here and we play with the toys. It's a lot easier, right? And then we keep saying that in a calm way. We're really nice to 2-year-olds. Don't touch the stove. Hot, hot. We don't say to a 2-year-old, what were you thinking when you touched the stove? Their mind is the same as your 17-year-old. Okay? What were you thinking when you stayed out all night? What were you thinking when you went with your friends to the bonfire and were drinking beer and smoking marijuana and having a party? What are you, crazy? What were you thinking? Yes, I am. I'm that same 2-year-old that you said hot, hot to. Because I am not thinking. You are the brain. You have to be the brain of the child all the way till 25 sometimes and longer. Sorry. You thought you were done at 17 or 18. You thought that you had arrived when you got to fire the babysitter when they were 13 or 12 years old. Wow, this is so great. An extra $200 a week. We can buy a new car now. Keep the old car and keep the babysitter. It's a lot less expensive than bailing your child out of jail, paying for residential treatment, getting drug testing, etc., etc. Don't send them to their room. Sending to your room, this is the message. I can't handle you, so I'm getting rid of you. I can't handle me. I'm going to my room. I'm going to take a bath. I'm going to get my cool down kit. You might want to do that too, but I'm not banishing you. I'm not sending you away because I can handle you. I just need a breather. I need my own time out so I can regroup. That's modeling. Not get out of my face. I don't like you anymore. Go away. They walk away from you. Follow them as long as you're not going to get hit. You don't want to get hit. But if they walk away, I don't have to listen to this. Please come back. That's disrespectful. If you need a time out and some time to think about what we're talking about, just ask me. That's okay. In fact, I think I'm going to go get in the bathtub. I like the bathtub. Okay. Visual reminders. Some of the ones I showed you. Wait, why am I talking? Right? Think. These things that remind us to be green. I am a calm parent that gets result. I am a calm teacher that controls my classroom. Post-its on my steering wheel of my car that say breathe. I need to be reminded that I have what it takes to be a calm person. And if I'm calm and I demonstrate that calmness, then my children will be calm too, and the children in my life will be calm also. Here's a robot. There are parents all over the world now that have robots on their refrigerator because I told them to. There are parents in Guam, the UK, South Africa that get my emails that talk about mindful robotics. And they all have robots on their refrigerators reminding them not to lose their cool because robots don't. It's an image. It's a coaching image that reminds us to stay in our calmness. Explore the reason for the outburst. Pay extra attention to what's going on. Practice your mindful robotics. Let go of your emotional connection to that child. It's not about controlling them. You cannot control them. You can give them information. You can lead them in a direction, you can block them and disarm them, but you can't control them. Observe your own breathing and body language. You are 90% of the problem. You are, because you talk too much. You drive them crazy. Set clear boundaries. Invite conversation, verbalize the facts, and define clear expectations. one summer, my children were laying on the couch. You know how they do that? They lay on the couch when they're teenagers, watching television or whatever, and I had to go out somewhere. And it was like the third day in a row of summer, and I had asked them 3 days in a row to do a bunch of things that they didn't do when I came home, and I was pretty aggravated. So I thought, well, I'm just not talking to them anymore. I just decided not to talk to them anymore. So I wrote a list on a 3x5 card, since I love those. And I had Daniel and Sarah with a line down the middle, and I had all the things I wanted him to do and all the things I wanted her to do. Didn't say a word. Left it by the sink, which is near the refrigerator. And I came home 3 hours later, and on my son's very neat and meticulous, very evenly crossed off each of the things on the list. And my daughter is a lefty, and she's a little messier, and hers were like the backwards check marks. You know, she had done it all too, right? And I brought the card into the den where they were still laying on the couch. But you know the Cat in the Hat? They probably did it within like 3 minutes, knowing I was coming down the street, and then, you know. But in any event, I said, "Wow, guys, thank you so much." And my son said to me, "Mom, I like it how he talked funny sometimes. I like it how you did it that way." "What do you mean?" He goes, "You didn't nag me. You left me a list. It was so easy to just do it." And what I realized was, instead of me making demands on them, I let them figure out and time manage themselves, and they still got it done. And they were proud of it. They were proud of it because they had, the way they had checked it off and made it this like game or this whatever. And there was nothing for me to complain about. We had a great dinner that night. We all got along. I didn't say, "How come you didn't empty the dishwasher?" or "How come you didn't take the trash around?" It was all done. And then I started doing that for my husband too, and we have such a great marriage now.
And they didn't write some swear words?
No, not at all. Not at all. I read an article, I think it was way back then, and I don't remember the exact number, but it was very interesting, how many times children and teenagers are interrupted throughout their day for somebody making them do something. It was a crazy number. It was like 375 times a child is told to do something while they're already doing something else. And some of the already doing something else's are the things that you told them to do. And they're in the middle of doing that when you're telling them to do this. So they're emptying the dishwasher that you told them to do, and you told them, "Did you do your homework?" "But Mom, I'm emptying the dishwasher." "But you need to do your homework too, and after you do your homework, you need to take a shower." And we're piling it on. And that stress level, you know, imagine you're in your office, and your supervisor keeps knocking on your door while you're trying to see a client, and says, "By the way, you need to do that managed care report. By the way, you need to call this parent. By the way," you'd be throwing things at the door too if somebody was interrupting your process. As an adult, we get to control our time. Children are pretty much bossed around from the moment they wake up until they go to bed. Think about how much pressure you're putting on them, and then think about the transitions they have to make. They have to get up, they have to get dressed. For some kids, that's really hard. Then they have to eat, they have to brush their teeth, they have to, all of these things, when they'd much rather be playing. And it's tedious. Who hates to empty the dishwasher? I hate it. I look at that thing and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's going to take me 17 hours to do that. That's how it feels. Do you know what I mean? So I started setting a timer on the dishwasher. I will empty dishes for 3 minutes. It's done in 2.5. It really isn't 17 hours, right? We have the things that we don't like to do weigh on us, and they're very tedious. And for kids, everything that we ask them to do pretty much falls in that category. So we need to be sensitive to them and also allow them some time for choosing how they're going to do it and when they're going to do it. So here's 3 things that have to happen before bedtime. Which one are you going to do first? Which one are you going to do second? Which one are you going to do third? Teach them time management. Teach them independence. Don't micromanage them. That's why they explode. And don't, people, set yourself up. Ever done that?
Charlie. Charlie bit me. Ouch! Ouch! Ouch, Charlie! Ow! Charlie! That really hurts! Charlie bit me. And that really hurt, Charlie, and it's still hurting.
If you don't want them to bite your finger, don't put it in their mouth. Okay. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, right? All of that. All right, we're going to move on now and talk about a few other things. And we're going to talk about kids that don't talk, to kind of wrap up the day. And a little bit about, before we get into that, I'm going to tell you a little bit about homework clubs and something that I created a long time ago that was a way to engage a lot of children at the same time and make a bigger impact. I noticed when I was doing play therapy, I had been doing it for a really long time, I had a pretty big practice. And you know when you're doing any kind of practice, you start, who knows why, but you start attracting kids that are sort of similar. All of a sudden you have 5 bulimics, or all of a sudden you have 5 kids that are cutting themselves. It just starts to happen. And I noticed that I had a lot of kids with executive function. I didn't know what it was at the time, but that they couldn't organize themselves. Homework was an issue. The parents were complaining. And I thought, well, why don't I start a homework club? So I really thought about this, and I said, well, how can I offer this? And I have a home that I work out of. It's my practice. I have a family room with a kitchen table. I have an office, and I have a dining room table in another room. So I had 3 rooms. My son, who had to do community service, that 200 hours for high school, had a couple of friends who also needed a job. So I asked the boys, would they like to come twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays for the school year and be tutors to younger children who needed help. And I also wanted male role models, because a lot of the kids that I work with didn't have dads at home. And then I asked my dad, who had retired. My father's 91 now, and so this is 15 years ago, he's in his mid-80s. I said, he had been retired already for like 20 years, but I said, all right, would you like something to do? And he said, oh, I would love that. So he came over too, so I had Grandpa. And the first year I had about 5 kids, and then it kept growing, and I did it for about 5 or 7 years. And I had kids the little ones in my office, the K through 2, and then 3rd grade to maybe 5th or 6th grade in the kitchen area, and then the middle schoolers I had in the dining room. I created group therapy curriculum for each of the groups, and I would, 45 minutes in each room, do the group therapy while the tutoring and the homework was happening in the other 2 rooms with all the kids and my dad, who were helping do the tutoring. Kids were dropped off between 2:30 and 3, picked up between 5:30 and 6. I did, for the little ones, we did things like, sharing and getting along with others, and we always started it with a magic carpet ride, where we get on the magic carpet. Where are we going today? We're going to the land of sharing, or we're going to the land of getting along, or we're going to the land of whatever the topic was. And then the middle schoolers, I did things like helping teens achieve their dreams, and we did dream boards, and we did all kinds of fun things. They happened to be all girls at the time in this group. We did self-esteem building. I asked them each to bring their favorite song that would represent their best self. And one girl brought in that hero song, and somebody else brought in Aretha Franklin's Respect, and we played it, and everybody was dancing and cheering the girl in the middle. It was very great. We made little books. We did a lot of artwork, a lot of nonverbal stuff together over that year. And the younger kids, we did a lot of manners and social skills, and just learning how to make eye contact and being nice and asking somebody if you could borrow their pencil, and really just working on giving each other feedback. I actually was able to even get an intern in there who was in college, who was thinking about being a psych major, and he came and helped. It was another boy, so I had a lot of guys, which was really terrific. And as the groups grew, I got siblings and I got other referrals that came, and at one point I had 16 kids in my house. It was crazy. I served them apples and popcorn and water and juice. That was very inexpensive to run it. And I was able to bill out for the 3 group therapies a day, times 2 weeks, times 4 weeks. And then for the kids who didn't have insurance, I had enough kids coming that I can do some free ones, some scholarships, and I had some kids coming who didn't have to pay. Those parents, all of them, loved me. Why? They didn't have to do homework with their children on Tuesdays and Thursday nights, okay? They picked them up, and my son and his friends, we had a hoop in front of the house. As the parents pulled up to pick up their children, they were playing basketball and getting exercise too, as the parents came to pick them up. We did a meal together a couple of times. I taught them how to make pizza. I taught them how to set a table, where to put the fork, the knife, and the spoon. We did, at the end of the year in June, we did a talent show, and each child had to stand up and do something that they had created. We put on little plays. We invited the parents to that. And then twice a year, I did parent education night at my home in the evening without the kids. The parents came and got a little dose of some parenting help that they would want. And I ran it for a long time. And the coolest thing, when I look back on this, was as the kids got to middle school and they finished, because I didn't take in high school kids, I couldn't get them into the group because they had too many things going on. They had jobs, they had a lot of after-school activities, and it didn't work. So I kind of ended it at 8th grade. But the 8th graders said, when I'm in 9th grade, can I come back and be a volunteer? And they did. And some of those kids came back as my son went to college. I had a couple of the boys and girls who were in the older groups come back and become the tutors in the group. And it ran its course, and then I decided I was tired, and I stopped, because it was really only me. But I gave you in your booklet the letter that I wrote to the parents to engage them. So if it's something that you're interested in doing, and you want more information about that, and you have questions about how I structured it, feel free to email me and I'll send you what I have. The next few things we're going to do are some experientials for children who don't talk. And this first one is called Sailboats on the Sea. Sorry, I missed there's your slide there. Sorry, I missed it. And this is called Feeling Focused Art Therapy. And Feeling Focused Art Therapy is doing a guided imagery and then creating an art project after the guided imagery is done, so that what the child has learned or experienced transcends that moment and leaves the office with them. They get to take it away. And so when I do this, I will use Play-Doh or Model Magic as the modality. But since I can't bring that with me on the trips to the seminars, we're just going to draw pictures. So in your book, in your manual, you'll see on the page that says Sailboats on the Sea, there are 2 blanks, one for your first picture and another one for your second picture. So I'm going to read this to you, and if you'd like to experience this so you can try it with kids, follow along, and then you'll get to draw a picture. So if you'd like to close your eyes. And remember, we did some breathing this morning, and if you'd like to picture the breathing square or the birthday cake or a balloon, and start to take in deep breaths and let them go, and just center yourself into that relaxed place, that really nice place where you get to close your eyes and you don't have to be on right now. This is time for you. And just notice your breath as it goes in and out of your body. Notice if it's rapid, calm, restricted, cool, Or maybe something else. Now imagine that you're sitting on a peaceful beach in the warm sun, listening to the waves hit the shore. Ask yourself this question: what is getting in my way of feeling okay? Put your answer on a paper boat and send it out to sea. Ask the question again: what is getting in my way of feeling okay? And put that answer out to sea as well. Continue asking the question and putting the answers on the boats until there's nothing left that is getting in the way of feeling okay. When nothing else comes to mind, check in with yourself one last time and ask yourself this question: except for all of that, am I completely okay right now? Is there a way that I feel most of the time? Maybe it's anxious, tense, fearful, or angry. And send that answer out to sea as well. Now put your attention out to sea and look at all your little paper boats bobbing up and down. See all the things that have been getting in your way of feeling okay. Pick the one that needs your attention right now and pluck that boat out of the water. When you are ready, open your eyes and draw a picture of that thing that needs your attention right now. So there's a couple of ways to go forward with this. You're doing this with a teenager, probably age 12, 13 and up. And they're very nonverbal. This might be enough. You can try to ask questions or make comments about what they've made. They still might not tell you, but it's enough because it created some kind of information in their mind about something that's important to them, right? and maybe they made something to show you. So I'm going to take you through the questions, and they are on page 49 and 50 for your own experience. And you can do this privately, but I'll read them out to you. So the first thing I would say, if you had made something out of clay or drawn a picture, is I would say, tell me what you made. Because I'm not going to make an assumption that what I think I see is what you've made. You know when you tell the kids, oh, that's a really nice sports car, and they say, that's not a sports car, that's a rocket ship. So you want to make sure that you're saying, tell me what that is. And tell me what that means to you is also a good question, because you might not know why they chose that symbol. When I've done this with adults, and probably 50% of you probably drew a clock or a watch or something, and it symbolizes time, that you don't have enough time in your life to do the things you want to do. I don't know what that really means to you, but I would want to explore that. Tell me why that is important for you to take care of this now. And you have an answer for that. Why did you choose that one out of all the paper boats that were floating? Why is that one the important one? I also want to know, once you've taken care of this, what will it do for you? What's the payoff? What's the benefit for taking care of this thing that's getting in the way of you feeling okay? And I'm taking you up a funnel right now into Happy Land, okay? What would be the best part about it if you took care of this? What would be the best part? And there might be more than one thing, so I'm going to keep opening that up, and I'm going to say, and anything else? And anything else, until you tell me, no, that's all. That's all the best parts. Now we're going to go down. People do not change unless they feel some pain. What do you think could be getting in the way of you taking care of this now? This is this thing that's been floating in the water for a really long time, and you haven't taken care of it. What's getting in the way? What are the obstacles? Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? What's the worst part about it, not having taken care of it? Anything else? Of course, anything else, anything else. Now you're not feeling so great, because we're in the pain part. Now I'm going to offer you a solution. What if we could take care of this together, and it was fun and easy? Would you want to do it? How many of you would want to do it if it was fun and easy? Raise your hands. Okay. We like fun and easy, right? So this is what we're going to do. We're going to brainstorm together one tiny little step. You don't have to do the whole thing today. One small step that you're going to take when you leave this seminar today to get the ball rolling towards you accomplishing this thing that's floating in the water that's been bothering you. I explored this with a group a couple of months ago, and I was doing it out loud, and one of the women said, I'm a teacher. I work with children all day long. I come home, I make dinner, I do their homework, I put them to bed, all weekend I clean the house, and then I do it again on Monday. And I said, well, what is the thing that's bothering you? And she said, I'm not playing with my kids. Playing with other people's kids, but I'm not playing with my kids. I said, what do you need? She said, I need a cleaning lady. So she left the seminar and hired somebody to come every other weekend to clean her house so that she could every other weekend take her kids to the park and spend time with them. So these are the kinds of things that we procrastinate or we put off. Now for children, when I've done with teenagers, sometimes I'll get one kid I worked with, he made a clay image of a basketball. I asked him what it meant to him, and he said, well, I got kicked off the team because of my grades. And what is it that you want? I want to be back on the team. And what ended up happening was he was refusing to do his homework, was refusing to get extra help. But once he saw, as we took him through this tunnel funnel thing, that he could maybe chip this one piece at a time and get back to the team, he said the first step was sucking it up and going after school and getting help for algebra. And he came up with that himself. I didn't tell him he needed to do that. But he saw that if he could improve his math grade next quarter, he could get back on the team. So it was a way for us to have a conversation, and it created a treatment plan for us. So you can use this in a lot of different ways. The second part of this is, once I get your answer of what it is that your baby step solution, I want you now to draw a second picture of that first step that you're going to take when you leave here today, so that you do it. And then if I was working with you, I would go back to, how will I know that you did it? We talked about that this morning. How will I know? Oh, Susan, I'll email you, I'll text you, I'll write you, I'll call you that I did it. Now I'm building in some accountability, and that's coaching. And then when you come back next week, or we have our next session, we're going to go to the next baby step and the next baby step until we map it out. We don't know where we want to go unless we decide where we want to go. Once I know where I want to go, I can program my GPS, and it will take me there. And if I hit that little button on the GPS, not the map part, but the one that says take a right, take a left, take two rights and a left, then I know the steps to get to that place. So once you tell me where you want to go, I'm going to help you build a path or a map so you can get there. And we'll do it in the smallest pieces that we need to, so that you can accomplish that success that you would like to have. Did any of you know you were going to think about what you thought about just now today? Was that my idea, what you should have worked on? You have your own agendas, right? We are more apt to do our own work if it's our idea, isn't it? So let's let the kids come up with what they think is right. We all know what we need to do. Even the most well-defended child or teenager, the angriest kid, knows what they're capable of, knows what they need to do. They may not want to do it, but they know what they need to do. So let's give them the ability to dream and a structure, and using the clay or the drawings to move it past, so when they walk out of the therapy session, they're taking with them the problem and the first step in a visual image that reminds them of the intention that they just committed to. Hopefully, they'll work on it.
Did you say an age limit for this activity?
You can try it with young children. I have not done this with anybody under the age of 13, but it depends on the kid, really depends on the kid. The next couple of pages I'm not going to go over. I just inserted them into the manual for you, just as some ideas of things to say to kids when you don't know what to say, when you have that horrible silence and they're not talking, and you've done every single activity that you heard today and you ran out of stuff, and you want to make noise anyway. Here's some questions or some comments that you can ask them that aren't intrusive, that you might get some conversation going. The next one we're going to do is another experiential, and it's called Dear Best Friend. So here's the setup for this one. Welcome. Welcome back. I'm so glad that you could come to our year reunion for the Explosive Child Seminar. It's March 6th, 2014. And we've all done a lot of things this year. And I'm noticing that you're all wearing the same clothes as you were last year when you were here. And I am too. Guess it wasn't a very great economic year for us, but maybe it was. But anyway, thanks for coming back, because I'm really glad that I get to spend another couple of hours with you today. And I'm really curious about how your year's gone. You've all had 3 major successes in your life. What were they? Write them down. Think big, people. They're your dreams. Three major successes. Maybe you wrote a book. Maybe you quit your job. Maybe you sent your eldest off to college. Maybe you went back to school. Maybe you cleaned out that closet that's been driving you crazy. Whatever's major to you. Second question. In order to get those successes, you had to overcome challenges and obstacles. What were those challenges and obstacles that you had to overcome in order to get those three successes that you just wrote down? Last section. What did you learn about yourself in the past year, and what did you discover about yourself going through this process? What was the learning? When you get home tonight, take these bullet points and turn them into a letter and call it Dear Best Friend. It could be, you could use your own name or to your own friend. Put it in an envelope and put it away and date it March 6, 2014, and make a note to yourself in your calendar to go find the envelope next year and read it. Okay? I was working with a 19-year-old boy who was not doing well in college, was depressed, had some issues with his mom, and was one of those kids who didn't talk. So we did this just like you just did now. I gave him a clipboard with a piece of paper and I asked him those three questions. And then while he was sitting with me, I asked him to put it in letter form. And within the 45-50 minutes that we were together, he created this letter, which he said I could read to you. Dear John, I'm writing to you to inform you of what a great year I've had. Here is what has happened. I have a 3.2 GPA in school and have 10 new friendships with people I really trust and enjoy. I have been going to the gym every day and feel very in shape and motivated. It has also made me feel more active and alive. I have met a few girls that I'm interested in asking out, and I might be ready for a girlfriend. I have let go of some of my anger towards my mother, and I am looking to get past it. I also let go of some guilt that has been a struggle in the past. To get the GPA that I desired, I quit spending so much time playing video games and watching TV. I also quit smoking so I could concentrate on getting things done. These choices helped me get back into a routine of going to the gym since I had more time instead of wasting it. I was able to overcome my fear of women, and that helped me get in touch with several girls. In order to get rid of some anger towards my mom, I am trying to forgive her for what she put me through, and that has helped me get past it. I also realized that things weren't my fault, and that has helped me deal with the guilt I had been feeling. In order to accomplish all of this, I had to hold myself accountable for where my life was heading. I had to be more brave and courageous to get past the fear that was holding me back from living the life I wanted to live. In this past year, I learned that I can be who I want to be. If I look at the bad things as only minor speed bumps and know I can get through anything, then I will be okay. I just have to believe in myself and my goals will be accomplished. Your friend, Ben. I tell you, I read this every single time I do the seminar and I get chills from... This was a kid that wouldn't talk. Can you imagine what this gave us? Is this not a treatment plan? He wants to quit smoking, he wants to go to the gym, he wants to do better with his mother, he wants to forgive her, he wants to get a 3.2 GPA. He knows that the things in his life are minor speed bumps and that if he keeps at it and he's brave and courageous and he keeps facing his fears, he's going to be okay. We all know this stuff. But to have him verbalize this in a piece of paper like this, he wrote this April 16th, 2013, and I'm going to be mailing this to him in a couple of weeks. Like that. A good one. Okay. And just to touch a moment on trauma. This is from my book. It's called Bad Things Happen to Great Kids. And this is a way when you get a child who's nonverbal, a young child who's been traumatized, abused, something like that, they're not going to talk necessarily, tell you their story. But you need to get them to talk, to witness, and let them know it's not their fault, and begin the healing process. You have to do it in a way that's non-threatening and safe, or you won't have the relationship. So this exercise, you instructed the child that together you are going to make a list of bad things that happen to great kids. And you get a piece of legal paper or a big white piece of paper, and you write in pretty big letters, and you start a brainstorm. And you could start it, I knew a kid who broke his leg. I knew a kid who someone took his cookies out of his lunchbox. I knew a kid who, I knew a kid who, I knew a kid who, all the way down, including the abusive thing that happened to that child somewhere buried in that list. I knew a kid whose parents got divorced. I knew a kid whose father went to prison. I knew a kid who's went home and nobody was there and he couldn't get into the house. It doesn't matter, just a whole smattering of really things, rotten things that happen to kids, from bad to worse. Then ask the child with the scissors to cut them into pieces, and then sit on the floor or at the table that you're working at and have them arrange them from bad to worse. And then have a conversation about, why did you put this one here? Why is a broken leg worse than someone taking your cookies? Why is incarceration worse than breaking your leg? And begin to ask them these questions. And when you get to the pieces of the things that happen to them, you can begin to validate that and let them know that you know that's why they're there with you, because these things just happen to them. And you could actually say, did you ever break your leg? And, you know, just a way to talk about some of these things with kids. And then you let them know it's not their fault, and of course all the things that you would do to validate the trauma that happened. It keeps it at a distance, it keeps it safe, it makes it a game, and it has to be creative and fun, because the work, trauma work, is very, very hard. It's very depressing. It's depressing for us, and it's very depressing for them. And it balances it for you. And you create a validation without being intrusive. You create safety from distance. It's another little quote. I like quotes. Kids who won't talk, you throw a quote on your whiteboard. What do you think that means? Okay. Contracts are a great way to provide parents who don't really understand structure and boundaries a way to be able to stay in them without either not doing what they're supposed to be doing to provide structure and boundaries, or to give them something so that they don't go overboard. Some parents go way overboard with punishments. Some parents don't do anything. If you can work on a contract, and you start these contracts at a very young age, once you start letting children be alone. Could have their first contract at age 9 or 10 when you run out to the store for a half an hour. Next contract could be when they're introducing getting to go to the mall by themselves for 2 hours and they're supposed to meet you at the kiosk. And it could be, you meet me at the kiosk at 2. If you don't meet me at the kiosk, then we're going to wait a month before we go back to the mall and try this again. So there's always this agreement. And the agreement's for you so you don't fly off the handle and start yelling things you don't want to yell. But it also gives kids that ability to know what the rules are, and then they don't have to create their own. Remember, permissive parents let kids create their own rules. This way we're doing it for them. And if you're a therapist and you want contracts, you can, certainly they're in some of the books that are out there for purchase, but if you don't have those books or don't want to get those books, you can go online and search on contracts for preteens, contracts for teens. There's plenty of stuff out there. I like to have a pile of them, blank ones, in my office, and when I get parents in, it's kind of like the first thing we do. We're like, well, what are the rules in your house? Do you have any? Oh, no, I just, decide whatever I feel like deciding at that moment. Well, what if you did have them? Would it make life easier for you? Would it be easier for you to respond to your children if they knew what was going to happen? How many of you speed? Everybody speeds. I mean, even if you're the speed limit's 65, you go 70, you're speeding, okay? You're taking a risk, right? But you know that if you go over the speed limit, that if a state trooper goes by, there is a chance you're going to get a ticket, right? But you know that. If there were no rules about it and it was just haphazard, wouldn't that feel unfair? Like you get pulled over and you're going 70 and you have a ticket for $850. You get pulled over and you're going 66 and you have a ticket for $5,000. This is how we parent, by the way. And you get pulled over and you're going 80 and you get to go. And you all know each other. You think that's fair? No. It's the way of the world, right? We want to give kids kind of that like microcosm of the world. So by giving them a contract, it's the same thing as when we get our driver's license and we decide to obey the law. So, don't you love the driving analogies? They're so amazing for life. Really is true. So, you want the supervision one, and once you've got the supervision one going, then it's really easy to pop in the driver's ed one or the permit one, and then after the permit's over, you pop in the real deal. And the real deal ones, I had one for my son, and it was, there was about 10 things on it, but the basic things were bring the car back full, or don't bring the car back empty. I don't want to have to be able to go to work tomorrow and have no gas in the car. You're going to lose the car for a week if you do that, and he knew that. No garbage in the car. I didn't like a dirty car. You're going to pay $100 a month insurance. It's part of the deal. If I find out that you're smoking marijuana, driving, using drugs or alcohol, you will hand me that driver's license for 6 months. You will not drive. And I will stand there like this, and I will get it from you. And you're not going to explode in my face because you're going to already know that that was the rule. How bad do you want to drive? You don't have to take the contract. You don't even have to read it. I'll just keep printing it out and putting it on your bed. Because this is for me. But it is in my toolbox when I work with families. It's one of the first things that I use. This morning we talked about disengaged parents and the family with the 2 pounds of marijuana. Far gone, right? So it's important that we nip this in the bud right away, and we don't say to kids, honey, please don't do that again. Okay, Mom. Right out the back door with their friends doing it, right? It's easier to re-supervise if they're younger. They've only been on their own for a year or 2 or 6 months when they start acting out. It's easier to rein them back in and have that supervision. You probably still have some of that support system still in your life, or at least you can find it. It's harder to take a 17-year-old and, watch them 24/7 than it is a 14-year-old or a 13-year-old. So let's say Mom comes home from work. She's feeling like, I always fold the laundry and I always leave it on his bed and he never puts it away. Today I'm going to just put it in his drawer. Now she opens the drawer, she puts the laundry in and she feels something. It's a bag of marijuana, a pipe, a lighter. Don't go outside and smoke it, people. It's not what you used to have, okay? You will not be feeling too good. In any event, take that or instruct the parents that you're working with not to freak out. They can call you if they want to, but you should instruct them to take it and put it on the kitchen table. Just put it there. The cops aren't going to come, woo, 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 and arrest you because you have marijuana. Although you probably said, this is my house, and if you bring illegal drugs into my house, then it's my fault, and I'm going to be in trouble. That's baloney, okay? Put it on the kitchen table, right here. Okay. Son comes home from school. Mom? Mom, are you home? Wilderness school. Military school. No permit. No prom. Grounded for 40 days. Rehab. Mom? Yes, honey? Where are you? In the tub. The tub? You need that warm water, believe me. Okay. Mom? Mom, I need to talk to you. Honey, I'll be right out. I'm just toweling my hair. Mom? I need to tell you something. Just a minute. It's not mine. I'm just holding it for a friend. I'll be right out. That guy who gets everybody to hold his marijuana. Yesterday, he was in Manchester, New Hampshire. And the day before, he was in Portland, Maine. And today, he's here. He's like Santa. He is everywhere, getting other children to hold his marijuana for him. He is an amazing guy. He's been around for 30 or 40 years. He's not even aging. He just gets other kids to do this for him. So she comes out of the bathroom, but mom, it's not mine, it's not mine. I can explain it. It's okay, sweetheart. Have a seat. Open your mouth. That's a drug test? I'm not taking a drug test. You can't make me do that. I know my rights. That's okay, honey. What did I just get? I got admission. I don't need to do the drug test. Sweetheart, I'll give you another opportunity to open your mouth. I have a whole box of these. I got them off a website called testmyteen.com. Exists, actually. And I have a whole box, and I'll be very happy. Did you know that THC stays in your system for about 28 days? So you have a chance, 28 days plus some, because I'm not going to tell you when, to open your mouth again. And until then, life is going to be a little bit different than it has been. You will be coming home directly after school, Grandma will be here, or I'll be here, or you'll be going to Mrs. O'Leary's, or you'll be coming to my office, or you'll be having this volunteer job somewhere, or whatever it is, you're going to cover those times, the unsupervised times that you shouldn't have fired the babysitter for. Okay, so you got to put daycare back in, okay? But if it's clean, in a month from now, after I retest you, we'll talk about lightening up that piece. I honestly don't want to keep you from your friends. I'm just really need to keep you safe. And here's the important piece. It's not about you. It's my fault. I didn't understand what the temptations were out there for a boy your age. I should have been more on top of it. Remember, you don't want explosions. And you know what? It is your fault. You should know that at the age of 13 or 14, they're going to be getting in groups and drinking out of your liquor cabinet and watching pornography and doing marijuana. They're going to do it. So it's your fault. So don't make it their fault. They can't help it. Remember, they don't have a brain. You're their brain. And you dropped the ball. So take it back. But honey, I need you to also understand why I'm so upset about this. I am worried about your health and some other things too. So while we're together, in fact, over the next few days, until you do this next thing for me, you don't leave the house, except for school. And you're going to write me an essay. And here's the teachable moment. And the name of the essay that you're going to write me is called Marijuana and the Teenage Boy's Brain. If he is LD or ADHD, I'd give him about 250 words. If he can't write a sentence, have it be bullet points. Go on the web. If he's bright, like this boy that I was telling about this morning, he gets 500 words double-spaced, B paper, grammatically checked, spell checked, and I know what a B paper is. You can bring it back to me because I went to school. As soon as you write it, I might be able to lift up some of the freedoms and let you do a couple of other extra things during this month. But first, the paper. How many children are going to run to their room and write this thing? Average length of time, 4 to 7 days before you get it. Because they won't do it. They don't like to write. Now, when I first used to give this assignment, I would say just let them go on the internet and get the information. You know what they were bringing back? Medical marijuana, ADHD and marijuana, every reason they should use marijuana. So we don't want them to do that. So we're going to give them a list of websites that they're allowed to use for the research, such as National Institute of Health, American Cancer Society, and maybe you can find one other one that you think is appropriate for whatever it is that they're doing. These are the sites you may research. And then when you bring me the paper, we'll talk about what you learned and what I learned. And then you'll have an opportunity to take this drug test next month, and then we can lift. Now, if the child is of driving age, I would recommend minimal 3 months of clean screens before they get their keys back. They'll mess up multiple times, and the 3 months will probably turn into 6 months because they will keep going back to their friends and doing it. But if you stick with it, I just worked with a family, and this mom was amazingly on top of it. Same situation. It was the summer of his 16th birthday, and he was getting very out of control with using. She actually came home and found him drunk on the floor in the living room. He had broken into the liquor cabinet, and there was marijuana butts everywhere in the house, and so forth and so on. And we started the contract, we started doing all these things, and he was clean for like a month and a half, and then he begged and begged and begged her, can I please just go to the park and play wiffle ball with my friends? I'm really missing my friends. I really, really want to go. And she like going, okay, you know, you've been good. I've tested you every Friday. You haven't been using. She let him out. Half an hour later, he comes back stoned. So that prolonged, that he was looking for the permit, that prolonged the permit. It took him, I worked with her for 6 months, and it took the 6 months for him to get it. And you know what was interesting was once he did get it, and he had been doing this for 3 or 4 years, he was already into it. Once he did get it, all his friends quit. They all got together and said, you know, we're being stupid. We all want to go to college. If we get caught and we get arrested, we're going to have a felony and we're not going to get financial aid. One of the assignments that he had was reading about what happens if I get arrested. That was his essay. Because they didn't have the money to fork over for college. He was definitely going on a financial aid thing. And if you get arrested, you will not get a financial aid package. He went from a 2.0 to a 3.6 GPA once he stopped using marijuana. And guess what? In the middle of this, she found out she had breast cancer. And she still did it. She still tested him every week, and she still stayed on top of him. So even parents that have the worst stresses and the worst things happening to them, if they have enough support, and she's one of the people that I worked with twice a week, Mondays and Thursdays, Mondays and Thursdays, Mondays and Thursdays. And we tweaked it, and she texted me, and we emailed every time he came back at her. At one point, this is really interesting, during Sandy, they had to leave their house because of the hurricane, and they went to her boyfriend's house, and he was sneaking around the boyfriend's closet, and he found a bag of marijuana at the boyfriend's house. So I had to have a whole session with the mom about the guy she was dating, who was also using, who wasn't a great role model. And they had a meeting, and he apologized to the kid and said, you're absolutely right, and they got rid of it, and he made a commitment never to use again too. It's pretty insipid, isn't it? It's everywhere. You can use the teachable moment essay for anything. You can use it for truancy, job prospects in Burlington, Vermont, for 16-year-old boys who drop out of school. Go to the classifieds on Career Builder, find a job, find an apartment, and go to the online grocery store and tell me how you're going to pay for it all. Bring me the information, I'll help you do a budget. Because you're going to need one when you're 18 and you haven't been in high school. Because you're not staying here. Reality, right? Reality check. Unprotected sex, drugs, whatever you want. Make up an essay, make them write it, make them bring it to you. They don't go anywhere until they bring you the essay. You're not saying grounding. You're saying you're just home until you finish this project, then maybe you can go out. This is a wheel of life. You can use this in group therapy or you can use it individually. If you use it in a group, take this picture and take some painter's tape and put it on the floor. Print out the labels, put them in plastic sleeves, and have the kids stand in different places. Stand in the place that you're struggling the most. I'm failing math. I'm standing in school. Stand in another place you're struggling. I'm not getting along with my mother. Stand in another place I'm struggling. Nobody likes me. I don't have any friends. Stand in a place you're having success. I have a great job at the hardware store and I really like working there. Or take this and print it out for individually for a nonverbal kid who comes into your office or even in your classroom and have them rate their level of satisfaction with each of these areas in their life. The middle is 0, the outside is 10. How satisfied am I with school? Is it a 1, which is really bad? Is it a 10? I'm doing great. Make a line on the triangle, write the number, connect the inner dots or the inner circle and look at the wheel and see a picture of that child's satisfaction with these areas. If you don't like my labels, make your own labels. The great book for wheels, for coaching questions, is the Coactive Coaching book. It is in the back of your manual. and it is by Whitworth. It is the last book listed before the website listings. This is a dream board. Dream boards can be done in groups and individually. Basically, it's like the Dear Best Friend thing we did, but in pictures. A year from now, what would you like your life to look like? You can use the categories from the wheel I just showed you for gathering images. If you do it in a group, you can do it for 6 weeks or so. Have the kids sit around looking through magazines, cutting things out, putting them in envelopes, giving them a poster board on the last week and have them make a collage, and then share it with the other kids in the group. Or, sitting on the floor with you in your office, let's make a picture of what you'd like to accomplish this year in school, what you'd like to see for the end of school year, or by your senior year, if you'd like. You can do a 5-year plan. And do one yourself. They're a really great way to put in front of you some of the goals that you'd like to achieve in life. We have to get a grip on technology. We have to have some unplugged time. Take it away after school. Give it back after homework. Take it away before bedtime. Give it back if you need to in the morning. Everybody, not just the kids, but mom and dad, everybody puts them at the plug-in station or the basket so that you can talk to each other for at least 20 minutes a day and make eye contact and not have everybody sitting at the dinner table in there, even if they're probably not even eating together anyway, but maybe you would eat together if you didn't have these. The behavior charts, kind of old school. If I was going to do one now, it would be just one thing at a time. Parents just get overwhelmed. There's too many things on them. Nobody wants to do sticker charts anymore. I prefer a visual. An example is a family I worked with. The little boy couldn't get his dirty clothes into the hamper. It was just one of the things we were working on. I said to the mother, "Where's the hamper?" I was doing a home visit. "It's over here. It's over here. It's over here." Big house. "It's over here. Where's his bedroom?" "It's over here." I said, "You got a logistic problem here. Is it okay with you?" I asked permission. "Can I take this thing? Can we put it right next to his bed?" So I put the hamper here with a sign that said, "Please deposit dirty underwear in here." How successful was that child? Every night, kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. He says to his mother, "I don't need the sign anymore. But I do need the basket there." Don't we all? Right. So don't think traditional. We think traditional. People say to me, "Well, I bought him a desk. He should sit at his desk in his room and do his homework." Well, how is that going? Take the living room in your house that nobody is using, that has all the pretty furniture in it, put that crap in storage, take all the desks, stick them in the living room and make a library. In your living room. Get bookshelves. Get desks. Put all the school supplies in the living room. When they go off to college, take your good furniture out. They're going to ruin it anyway. Put your good furniture back. Okay? Nobody sits in there anyway. Use it for something that works, right? Where you can monitor, where you can walk around and see. That is a homework carol. It's a trifold. Children who get distracted, who are always looking around, jumping up and down, can't sit still and do their homework. A carol, like in the library. They can decorate the inside, they can put pockets with all the things that they need, they can put a mirror, make faces at themselves, right? It's their own private little homework place. It folds up, goes off the kitchen table, under the couch, pull it out after school, put it back up. This is breaking things down into bite-sized pieces. Mary, clean up your room. How is that going? Not very well ever. Go in Mary's room, take 3x5 cards and a Sharpie, and write down everything that needs to be put away. One thing on each card. The Barbies, the Legos, the game pieces, the pillows, the bed, the clothes until you have 5 to 10 cards. Child comes home from school, milk and cookies is a good thing. Let's play the cleanup game. Off the couch. It's not parenting from the couch, it's parenting in the doorway. Honey, we're going to play a cleanup game. Here's a card. Go find it, put it away, bring me the card, I'll put a happy face on the back. Done. Make sure, and that's what the hooks are for, that everything has a place it lives. I can't put it away if I don't have a hook. I can't hang my coat up if I can't reach the hanger. How do I know where the Barbies go? And the person who invented toy boxes should be, get cardboard boxes. Let the kids decorate them and draw on them. This is where the Legos go. Boom. The Barbies go in this box. The games get stacked on this shelf. The books go here. The CDs go here. Everything has a box that's separate, so cleanup is a matching game. And when you start very young, they learn that there is an order to their lives. And they want to keep things neat, because when you keep things neat, then you can find them the next time you want to play with them, right? Pom-poms. This is a double reward system that isn't based on stuff. For every math problem you do, I'm going to put a pom-pom in the jar. When you've gotten 5 or 6 or 10 pom-poms, depending on the child, you can pick from the other jar a 10-minute activity that I will do with you. I will read you a story, I will play tic-tac-toe, I will play a game of Uno, I'll play a quick video game with you, I'll chase you around the house and tickle you. They love that. We'll have a backwards dinner where we get to eat dessert first. We'll have a dinner on the blanket in front of the TV with a movie tonight. Something you're doing with the child that they have earned for doing the homework. Every 10, then they pick. There's 10 more problems, now we have to go do the reading. Okay, every paragraph you read, I'm going to put a pom-pom in. And then you get to pick, and we're going to do something fun. And the things that they're picking from are things that they have brainstormed with you of the fun things that they like to do with you. Not only have you rewarded them with a visual pom-pom, but you've rewarded them with you. And you know that when you go to bed at night that you looked at your child, or you're helping your clients look at their child and create bonding, and that you actually spent time together, meaningful time, playing with them, and celebrating the fact that they did the chore or the homework or the thing that they were supposed to do. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure working with you today. I hope you enjoyed the conference. If you have questions about anything that you heard today that you're not clear about, please feel free to email me at susan@parentingpowers.com, and I will answer your email and help you out. Thank you.